Hello and welcome to another Overpowered Run for Digimon World. I have 99 meats, 3 small recoveries, 1 restore, 3 MP floppies, 2 bandages and a medicine. 14 days old, weight is just 1, happiness and discipline are in the positive, virus gauge is empty. HP and MP are slightly over 2000, speed is 600, brains are 500, defense is 400, more significantly, attack is 999. I have bug as my technique, but there are other techniques that have been learnt which my Digimon is capable of using. My Tamer level's at the maximum, had 7 raised Digimon, don't have any money, key items or medals, been playing for a bit over 6 hours. Just a handful of Digimon, Agumon, Meramon, Yuramon, Tanemon, Palmon, Vegiemon, Piximon, no medals, no cards. Year 4, day 12. And this save file, which I've loaded, is actually the same as the save file which I used in my other Overpowered Run for this game, where I did most of the game with Piximon and with maximum stats. And this is another Overpowered Run that I'm going to be doing, where I've reloaded the same save file, but I'm going to be doing most of the run with a different Digimon instead, not Piximon. Not surprisingly, Agumon went down without any kind of fight. So in the previous Overpowered Run, I went and did some of the initial parts of the game with Piximon with 999 attack, but with my other stats how they were when I showed them to you just a moment ago. And I went and got a total of 14 prosperity points, the recruited Digimon being Agumon, Betamon, Centaurumon, Colamon, Barkamon, Penguinmon, Sukamon, Biomon, Alepmon and Unamon. This time it was a bit different because I also planned to recruit Palmon as well as the other Digimon, which would mean that I would have 15 prosperity points instead of 14. And the reason for wanting to recruit Palmon was so that I could get a rain plant early on and use it to recruit Vegiemon, because in the Overpowered Run that I did recently, I came close to having to wait for day 15 so that I could get a rain plant, recruit Vegiemon, buy a super carrot from him, recruit Moljamon as well. But this time, by recruiting Palmon earlier on, I'll be able to get a rain plant and recruit Vegiemon, and then buy a super carrot to recruit, well, to trade with the Moljamons, which will go towards recruiting Moljamon. And there's no risk of me having to wait to get a rain plant. So, to bring you up to speed on what's happened, I started the game with Agumon, Digivolved to Meramon, made sure that my Tamer level went up when I Digivolved to Meramon. I then waited for Meramon to fade away. I chose the pink egg, Digivolve, well, it hatched, so I had Yuramon, Digivolved to Tanemon, then Palmon, then Vegiemon, and I made sure that my Tamer level went up when I Digivolved to Vegiemon. And I did want to Digivolve to Piximon, but I wasn't able to get good enough stats. So I started again, like after Vegiemon faded away, I started again with another Yuramon, who became Tanemon, Palmon, Vegiemon, made sure the Tamer level went up. And if I just focus on where I am currently with this, I just want to say that after recruiting Agumon and Palmon, the next step is to go to the Cola Point when Colamon is there, but that is some hours away, so I do need to pass a bit of time before I can do that, and so I do that with a bit of training and a bit of resting. Carrying on from what I was saying, so Digivolve to Vegiemon again, and every time I Digivolved to Vegiemon, I made sure that my Tamer level went up, and the reason for that is because having a higher Tamer level means that you have better stats when you start with a new Digimon. When your Digimon fades away, the Digimon that you start off with has a percentage of the stats that your Digimon had when fading away, and the higher your Tamer level is, the bigger the percentage is. So having a higher Tamer level means starting off with better stats. And when I had Yuramon and Tanemon, I also made sure that I trained 10 times on every piece of equipment in the green gym. So I trained a minimum of 10 times on the bit of the gym that boosts your HP, the bit that boosts your MP, the bit that boosts your brains, etc, etc. And did that, you know, with either Yuramon or Tanemon, so that the stat boost that would come from training would be increased slightly. Because if you train on a certain piece of equipment at the green gym 10 times with either a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, then the stat boost that you get from training on that particular bit of equipment is increased slightly, but it only happens once. You can only increase the HP stat boost that you get once. The same with the MP stat boost, attack stat boost, defense stat boost, etc. And from repeatedly going through life cycles and having my Tamer level go up and boost the stat boost that I was receiving from training at the green gym, I eventually was able to get good enough stats in order to Digivolve to Piximon, and then from training brains I was able to learn a load of techniques, but the one that I was most focused on was Bug, which I did learn. And after learning Bug, I then had Piximon fade away, and I then started again with another Yuramon, then Tanemon, Palmon, Vegiemon, Piximon, and I then trained so that I would maximise my attack, get it up to 999, which I did, and that pretty much brings us up to where I was when I started recording this video. So I had Piximon, I had Bug, I had maximum attack, which is vital for an overpowered run, because you want to be as strong as possible. I had 99 meats, and that was from being given meat by Tanemon loads of times. I had the basic items that Tokamon gives you, but that was it for items. I didn't have any money either, and the reason for that was because I hadn't left Vile City at the time. I hadn't recruited any Digimon. You saw that I defeated Agumon, and that was my first time of leaving the Vile City. And when I did the previous Overpowered Run, everything that I mentioned about all of the grinding, that was all done prior to me recording the previous Overpowered Run that I did. And the save file that I had just before taking on Agumon, I kept that save file backed up because I thought that it was something worth holding on to, and I then reloaded that save file so that I could do another Overpowered Run, which is what I'm doing now. And I'm just crossing over to the tropical jungle. I recruit Betamon, and I also recruit Centaurumon, but when I go to the Midder Forest, it's not just about recruiting Centaurumon, it's also about getting a Happy Mushroom, Mouldy Meat, and High Speed Disc from the Midder Forest. The Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc are items that are needed for doing trades with the Vegiemons, and the Mouldy Meat can be used to make a fire Digimon sick when you're in Freezeland. Take a fire Digimon to Freezeland, give it a Mouldy Meat, it will become sick, and then you can get rescued by Vegiemon, which takes the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon. And the item trades with the Vegiemons will go towards recruiting Vegiemon. And even though Piximon needs to sleep, I don't let him sleep straight away, because there's a lot of, well, there's a fair bit of progress that needs to be made, and I need to do it before there's any risk of Piximon fading away. So I do keep him awake against his will to try and give myself more time. And you'll see here that I praise Piximon, and I did that as the clock was striking the next hour, and I did that because when the clock strikes a new hour, when your Digimon wants to sleep, your happiness and discipline goes down if you don't let him sleep, but by praising or scolding your Digimon you produce an animation, and if you do that when the clock strikes the new hour, then you won't get the decrease of happiness and discipline. I had to get shot there because I had to go to one of the incorrect exits in order to not recruit Centarumon, and I am speeding the video up because I do have to go through the emitter forest a lot of times before I get every item that I'm interested in, and here I have to drop an item and I try to decide what has the least value out of what I've got. So MP floppies are what I go with. And obviously it was striking a new hour, so I praised again. By taking the path on the left and taking every turn in afterwards, you can get to here. And then what you have to do next is determined by which path is the correct path, which exit is the correct exit. The exit on the left, you can get to that easily without any trouble, but with the techniques that I use, the path on the middle or the right you can't get to without being shot. At the moment I don't want to recruit Centarumon until I get all the items I'm after, so I'm deliberately picking the incorrect exits, so I have to avoid the correct path. If the correct path is not... If the correct exit is not the exit on the left, then I can go straight to the incorrect exit on the left, no problem. But if the correct exit... Oh, here I decide if it's worth picking up an orange banana. In the end, I decide not to. If the correct exit's the one on the left, then I have to pick either the exit in the middle or the right, and to do that I have to get shot. And when HP falls down to 1, you then return to the start, and in order to be able to carry on, you need more HP, so I work around that by giving Piximon small HP recoveries so that I can keep going through the emitter forest. And I don't mind him declining because that gives me the opportunity to scold him and boost his discipline, and I make sure that after scolding him I make sure that I move before offering him another small recovery. That creates the possibility of him declining again, so that I can then scold him again and get more of a boost of discipline. So carrying on again, still in search of a happy mushroom. I have mouldy meat and high speed disc, so it's just happy mushroom that I'm after. I don't think it's too much longer until it shows up. Yeah, it is annoying having to go through the emitter forest loads of times, but You know, I needed a happy mushroom. I knew that a happy mushroom does spawn in the Amida Forest, and there it is. And I need to lose an item. And I choose to, rather than discard the small HP recoveries, I decide to give them to Piximon instead, so that I get the benefits from them, while also clearing up a space by no longer having them. They were of low value. I could have discarded them, but I chose to give them to Piximon instead, so I at least got the benefits from them, so it wasn't quite as wasteful as simply discarding them. And after getting the Happy Mushroom, I was lucky in that the correct path, the correct exit was the one on the left, so I was able to get to it without being shot. And while roaming around the various places that I'm going to, I am on the lookout for Digimushrooms. That's because Digimushrooms are one of the items that you trade with the Vegiemons in Friesland. You trade them for medium HPs, which is a very good trade. Medium HPs recover 1500 HP and cost 500 bits. And there's another Vegiemon who you can trade medium HPs with in exchange for super defense discs, which can be sold for 2000 bits. So each Digimushroom effectively has the value of 2000 bits if I trade it for a medium HP and then a super defense disc, and it's because of that why I'm looking out for Digimushrooms. Firstly, because I need to trade at least one with a Vegiemon in order to be able to recruit Vegiemon, and also because I can make a lot of money from them as well. And having made it through the Amida Forest, I now return to the city. I need to speak to Yuramon so that he mentions about the invisible bridge at Great Canyon, but he's not active at night time, so it's going to be several hours before he will feature in File City, so it gives me time to recruit Colamon, make it back to the city, do anything that needs to be done, and and then any excess time can be passed either by resting or by training. So in the previous Overpowered Run, I made it up to 14 prosperity points. And I also went to the Misty Trees, Gecko Swamp, Gear Savannah, and got myself the amazing rod, which could be used to catch black trouts with meats, and then catch Digi-Sea Basses with the black trouts. Digi-Sea Basses prolong your Digimon's life, and then I was able to do more grinding off screen this was after getting 14 prosperity points. I was able to do more grinding off screen, keep Piximon alive by giving him Digi-Seabasses, and training at the gym until I had maximised all of his stats. I also repeatedly did the Vegiemon money trick, where you purchase medium HPs, trade them for super defense discs, sell them for a substantial profit, and repeat the process. And I kept doing it until I maximized my money. So when I was done grinding, I had Piximon with bug, maximum money, maximum technique, no, maximum stats, and I was then able to do most of the rest of the game with Piximon with maxed out stats and with bug as my technique until I made it up to 91 prosperity points. I then wasn't able to reach 100 with Piximon because I wasn't able to recruit Vegiemon or Muncimon or Nanemon or Myotismon. Reason being, Piximon can't enter the Grey Lord's mansion because he's not a virus Digimon. He can't be rescued by Vegiemon if you make him sick in Friesland because he's not a fire Digimon. And he also couldn't access Muncimon because the door that leads to him was locked, and you have to go to the robot Digimon with Muncimon in order for the door to get unlocked. So I had to let Piximon fade away so I could start again with an Agumon, take it to Friesland, make it sick, get rescued by Vegiemon, and then Digivolve Agumon to Numamon, go to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncimon, speak to the robot Digimon, and get the door unlocked which leads towards Muncimon. And I then had Muncimon fade away by giving it a load of devil chips to shorten its lifespan, and I then started with another new Digimon, picked the green egg. I used the Tanemon restaurant glitch to maximise all of my stats, Digivolved to Gabumon, used a hair grower to Digivolve to Vegiemon, and then a ray gun to Digivolve to Vegiemon. And I then did the remaining of the game with Vegiemon with maximum stats, and I was still able to use bug as my technique because Vegiemon can use bug as well as Piximon. And I'm currently just sorting through my items. I spoke to Centarumon, which means that Yuramon will show in the Mount Panorama. I also rested just to make sure that tiredness was at the minimum. And I sold items. I sold the items that were not of use to me and held on to the items that are of use to me. Some items are in the item bank. I kept hold of one bandage so that I could give it to Yuramon in Mount Panorama, and I purchased a load of medium HPs, which are going to be traded with the Vegiemon in Friesland, and now I just train HP to pass the time until Yuramon will show up. This Overpowered Run is going to be a bit different though, because when I recruit the handful of Digimon that I recruited in the previous Overpowered Run, instead of continuing with Piximon and grinding until I get maximum stats with Piximon, and then doing most of the rest of the game with Piximon, it's going to be different. This time, I'm actually going to let Piximon fade away so that I can then start again with a new Digimon. I'm going to pick the green egg, so Bottomon will hatch from it. I'll Digivolve into Koromon and then Agumon. I'll take him to Friesland, give him the mouldy meat to make him sick, get rescued by Vegiemon, return to the city, Digivolve to Numamon, take him to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncimon, speak to the robot Digimon, and get the door that unlocked, the door that leads to Warring Muncimon, and I'm then going to wait until Muncimon fades away, and I'm then going to start over with a different Digimon, and I'm going to end up getting maximum stats, so 9,999 HP and MP, 999 attack, defense, speed and brains, and I'm then going to do the whole of the rest of the game with this Digimon, so I will end up making it up to 100 prosperity points with this Digimon, and he's going to be overpowered because he's going to have maximum stats as well as a powerful technique, this Digimon will be able to recruit Vegiemon because it's a Digimon that can tolerate cold weather, and I would have already taken the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon. I'll be able to recruit Muncimon and Tanemon because I'll have access to where Warring Muncimon is, thanks to the door getting unlocked when I was grinding, when I had Muncimon, and this Digimon will also be able to enter Greylord's mansion because it's a virus type. At this stage I don't want to say any more than that because I don't want to give too much away too early on, but I'm going to be doing most of the game with maximum stats, I'm going to be using an ultimate Digimon, and I'm going to have a powerful technique, so I'm going to be living up to the name of Overpowered Run. And the reason for me wanting to do a second Overpowered Run is because I enjoyed the first one. I wanted to do a different one, And I thought it was a shame that when I got to maximum stats, I wasn't able to go straight to 100 prosperity points, since I couldn't access Greylord's Mansion and also couldn't recruit Vegiemon or Muncimon or Nanemon. And so I then thought about if it would be possible to do another Overpowered Run where I reload the same file that I used when I did the first Overpowered Run, so reload from when I started with Piximon just before defeating Agumon, and then when pausing to do more grinding, do the necessary steps so that I would be able to recruit Vegiemon, Muncimon and Nanemon once the grinding is done, and also use a Digimon that is a virus type and can therefore enter Greylord's Mansion. I don't need to worry about having a vaccine type in order to enter Ice Sanctuary, because there's an Ice Sanctuary skip which enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, so you don't need a vaccine Digimon in order to access Ice Sanctuary, but you do need a virus Digimon in order to be able to enter Greylord's Mansion, so having a virus type will mean being able to enter Greylord's Mansion as well as Ice Sanctuary if you use the skip that enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary. I'm currently in Friesland, and I'm going to be heading to where Penguinmon is, which is also near where the Vegiemons are, so that I can do some trading, and then I'll be heading to Misty Trees and then the Gecko Swamp with the intention of Tanemon showing up so that I can defeat him and have access to the Volume Villa, so that if I go to Gear Savannah, go to the secret shop and get Digimon cards that have the value of 300 merit points, then I can go back to Volume Villa and get the Amazing Rod, which is crucial for grinding, because only with the Amazing Rod can you catch Digi-Seabasses and then prolong your Digimon's life, which then makes it possible to train until all of your stats reach the maximum. Because for as long as you've got Digi-Seabasses, you can just keep prolonging your Digimon's life, and it won't fade away if you keep giving it Seabasses. So here we are for the curling. I don't have any pegged stones or heavy stones, just medium stones and light stones, so I use the medium stones first. Whenever I play curling, I always use pegged stones first, if I've got any, because when you throw a pegged stone, wherever it stops, it will then remain there for the rest of the match, because the pegs will make it secure, and you can't knock it about, you can't throw other stones at it and make it move, because its pegs make it secure. I then go by the rules of heaviest stones first, lighter stones last, so I would use heavy stones if I have any, and that's because heavy stones are harder for your opponent to knock about. If your opponent throws one of their stones at one of your heavy stones, then heavy stones are harder to knock about due to them being heavier. So heavier stones first, reserve the lighter stones until the end, because lighter stones are easier for your opponent to knock about, so there's the risk of your opponent knocking them off the good spots and possibly knocking them onto the bad spot. And I think that light stones are also better at knocking your opponent's stones about. So by saving light stones until last, if you want to knock your opponent's stones off a good spot or knock them onto a bad spot, then it's easier to do that with a light stone rather than a heavier stone, particularly the heaviest stones. But this match is well and truly won, so I don't need to worry about trying to score any more points. I'll just save time by just wasting the last stone, and that will be Penguinmon joined. And when I do the grinding this time around, when I do the grinding to get to maximum stats, I'll also be able to get rain plants, so that when so that I'll have the ability to recruit Vegiemon, and then I can buy a super carrot from him, which I can trade with Vegiemon, so I won't have to loiter until day 15 to get a rain plant so that I can recruit Vegiemon, because I'll have our rain plants already, because since Palmon has joined the city before the next lot of grinding, Tanemon will plant the rain plant, which will be obtainable on the 15th day of each year. And Tanemon will also mention about a plant growing in tropical jungle if you've got enough prosperity points in order for Tanemon to mention it. So I traded the Happy Mushroom for Hair Grower and all of my Digimushrooms for medium HPs. I traded the High Speed Disc for a Medicine and all of my medium HPs for Super Defense Discs. And now I will be heading for Misty Trees. Just to elaborate on what I said about every time I digivolved to a champion, I made sure my Tamer level went up. If you digivolve to a natural champion, so for example if Agumon digivolves to Greymon, or if Palmon digivolves to Vegiemon, or Piximon digivolves to Waymon, etc., then I think there's about a 50% chance of your Tamer level going up. Your Tamer level doesn't go up if you digivolve to a Digimon like Numamon or Sukamon or Nanimon. In fact, your Tamer level might even go down if you do that. But if you digivolve to a natural champion, there's about a 50% chance of your Tamer level going up. So when I digivolved to a champion, if my Tamer level went up, I would carry on. If it didn't go up, then I would reload from the last save point, which probably would have been when sleeping, and I would digivolve again to the champion Digimon. If its Tamer level went up, I'd carry on. if its Tamer level didn't go up, then I would reload again. So I'm just currently in the Misty Trees, and as you know, making it through isn't something that always happens straight away. And I've returned to the beginning, which isn't helpful. Before you speak to Shogun Gekomon, there is difficulty with making it through the Misty Trees. Going there could be helpful, but that's not. But this is okay. So I can get to the Gecko Swamp from here. The reason why I repeatedly mash the menu button, I do that when I'm near enemies. It just sort of helps me try to avoid enemies. I'm terrible at dodging enemies, and by sort of mashing the infantry button, you can effectively play the game at slow motion, and it just helps me with avoiding Digimon, something that I am terrible at. And here is the Gecko Swamp. No Otamamon, so I just enter and re-enter until, well, I just leave and re-enter and keep going until he shows up. You've probably gathered that this commentary is post-commentary. I recorded this video without doing any commentary, and I'm now watching it back over and adding commentary to it, which was the same with my previous Overpowered Run. So as I was saying about Tamer level, so if the Tamer level didn't go up after trying again, I would then reload once again, and then the hour before Digivolving, I would then praise my Digimon, and then pass the hour by either training or resting. And if Tamer level went up after Digivolving, then I would carry on. If not, I would reload again, and then I would, and every time, like just before Digivolving, I would change something. So I might praise my Digimon once. If that doesn't work, scold my Digimon once. If that doesn't work, praise once and scold once. If that doesn't work, praise twice, and just keep going until my Tamer level does eventually go up after Digivolving. It's just, in order to get a different outcome, I think you do have to change something, because if you just keep repeating the same thing over and over, I think the outcome will always be the same. So, sometimes you have to do something to change the outcome. So with me, it was praising and scolding my Digimon to ensure that I eventually had a boost in my Tamer level when Digivolving to a natural champion. And when training brains to learn the earth techniques, bug being the main priority, I did what was called butterfly brain training. Every time, well, when your brains reach 100, you learn the attack command. The auto command you have regardless of your brains, but when you reach 100 brains, you learn the attack command. 200 brains, you learn the moderate command. 300 brains, you learn distance change target. 400 brains, you learn defensive. 500 brains, you learn the enabled technique. And then you don't learn any more commands after that. And you also, when you train brains, you can learn techniques when your brains reaches or exceeds a multiple of 50, which also isn't a multiple of 100. You can learn a new technique when your brain reaches or exceeds 150, or 250, 350, 450, 550, etc, etc, etc. And if you get your brains over a multiple of 50, which isn't a multiple of 100, then you can, by having very low happiness and discipline, your Digimon gets what's called the butterfly, which causes your Digimon's happiness to go back up, but it also causes your Digimon's stats to go down. And by getting the butterfly, you can get your brains to fall under the multiple of 50 that you just got it to, and you can then train your brains again and get it back to the multiple of 50, which creates the opportunity for you to learn a technique again. And you can keep going like that, so that you keep getting your brains over the multiple of 50, so that you keep getting chances of learning techniques. And I did that to help me learn Bug, but it was one of the later techniques that I learnt, as I learnt other techniques first. To get the butterfly, I just repeatedly praised and scolded my Digimon until my happiness and discipline were virtually in the minimum, and when my happiness refilled because of the butterfly, I then repeatedly praised and scolded my Digimon again until the happiness and discipline were virtually in the minimum again, so that I could then get the butterfly again. And you'll notice that Piximon needs to sleep, and I'm not letting him sleep, and that's just to save time, because like all of this stuff that I'm doing, I have to do before Piximon fades away. If I was to let him sleep, then when he wakes up it would be many hours later, so I'd have less time. But by keeping him awake, I can give myself more time to do what needs to be done, and to avoid losing happiness and discipline, I praise my Digimon when the clock strikes a new hour to stop myself from losing happiness and discipline, like you do if the clock strikes a new hour and your Digimon wants to sleep and you don't let it sleep. I mean, by praising your Digimon, your discipline will still go down, but your happiness will go up, which is better than doing nothing, because your happiness and discipline will both go down when your clock strikes the next hour. But by praising your Digimon, it's just your discipline that goes down, whereas your happiness goes up. So here I can sell any unwanted items, the medicine, the super defense discs, the hair grower. Now I can see what cards are available. 30 points, 60 points, 70 points, 80 points, 90 points, and now buy packs of 3. So 100 points, 130, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 260, 270, 275, 280, 290, 300. So Goborimon and below can be sold. I speeded up me buying the packs of 3 cards, but I went through it slowly just so that I could see what cards I was getting and work out how many merit points I would get from trading in all the cards that I've got. And I do just double check, just go over it again just to make sure it is definitely 300 merit points, because I don't want to go there and then realise that I had miscounted. I can buy back medium HPs, which will be traded with the Vegiemons later on. I only purchased 98. Reason for that is because there is a medium HP in the Mount Panorama, so by 98 the medium HP in Mount Panorama will bring it up to 99. And from here I head back to Volume Villa so that I can get the Amazing Rod, and once I get the Amazing Rod, I then return to where I am now. And the reason why I haven't yet recruited Alepmon is because the area that Alepmon is at is an area that I still need to go through, and if I was to recruit Alepmon, then there would be random Digimon there, and there'd be the risk of those Digimon getting in the way and slowing me down, and possibly me getting into battles with them. But by not recruiting Alepmon just yet, those random Digimon are not there because it's Alepmon instead. And then when I go to that area for the last time, that's when I'll recruit Alepmon. Just makes sense to put on hold recruiting Alepmon just for a more convenient time, so that I don't have to deal with the random Digimon that feature in that area after you recruit Alepmon. So here we can get the Amazing Rod. $300 merit points. Exchange for the Amazing Rod. And I didn't want to speak to him again, that was an accident. I can't help but feel that 800 merit points for an item chip is a lot more than what it should be. I feel like those item chips are very overpriced. I mean, considering super recoveries are 20 merit points, super restores I think are 100. I choose to scold instead of praise, since my happiness was in the maximum. Sort of made more sense to scold instead of praise. Yeah, the Digivolution items are 500 merit points, Amazing Rod is 300. I kind of feel like those item chips probably only worth 100 or 200 merit points. Definitely not worth 800. So, having got the Amazing Rod, the plan now is to go through Gear Savannah, go through Mount Panorama, collect the items in Mount Panorama, recruit Yuramon, go through to the native forest. It is very important to go through Mount Panorama to the native forest, because that results in the boulders getting cleared, because there's boulders separating the native forest from Mount Panorama, and the only way to clear those boulders is either to battle Meramon in the drill tunnel, because after you recruit him, the boulders will be gone and you'll have access to Mount Panorama. Alternatively, get to Mount Panorama by going through Gear Savannah, and then go from Mount Panorama through to Native Forest, and then the boulders will be gone, so there'll no longer be anything separating the Native Forest from Mount Panorama. After going to Native Forest, the plan is to go to the Dragon Eye Lake, because there are 2 fish that need to be caught, because they are fish that you trade with the Vegiemons in Friesland. So catching the fish will go towards recruiting Vegiemon. So from here it will be the native forest, and the Dragon Eye Lake is the place that I intend to go to. While being here, I can also take the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon, because you have to just go up here, and it's going to be a long time before Vegiemon gets recruited. You have to recruit Xiaomon, read his notice headlines about a UFO, return to where I was just previously, the previous area that I was in. Then once you have a certain number of prosperity points, you have to go back to Xiaomon's notice board, and there'll be another article. This is after you get a certain number of prosperity points, and then by returning to that area in Mount Panorama, Vegiemon will then show up and join the city. Now, I do plan to go fishing at the Dragon Eye Lake, but due to limited space in my inventory, it occurs to me to go back to the city so that I can put some items in the item bank to clear up space in my inventory. Because if your inventory is full and you try and do a trade with Vegiemon, if the item that he gives you is an item that you don't have in your inventory, then you won't be able to trade due to there being no space. And I think that's even if you've only got one of the items that you're giving him. Like, you would think that if you're doing a trade with him and you've only got one of the items that you're giving him, you would think that giving him that item would clear up a space, and then you could take, and then there'd be room for the item that he gives you. But I'm pretty sure that it doesn't work that way, and if you don't have a space prior to doing the trade, then you can't trade. So that's why I was keen to just put a few items into the item bank, just to make sure that I do definitely have enough space to do the trading with the Vegiemons. When I reach the point where I do more grinding, the grinding will happen off screen, and when you next see me, I will have my new ultimate Digimon with maximum stats and with everything that it needs to have. I don't want to give too much away at the moment, but there is a lot of stuff that does happen during the grinding. There is a lot of stuff to inform you of, but I think I would rather not mention it yet. Wait until after the grinding is done, where you will see me with my new Digimon, and then I can bring you up to speed with everything that's happened, everything that I did during the grinding, and then I can explain it all to you while proceeding through the game. Yeah, I am here for the Dragon Eye Lake. The only reason why I went around like that was just searching for Digimushrooms, because I am going to be going back to Friesland, so the more Digimushrooms I have, the more medium HP I'll be able to get. So this is where we catch the fish that need to be caught. So that's the fish caught. So now I go back through Mount Panorama. I'm still checking for Digimushrooms though. Back through Mount Panorama to Gear Savannah. From Gear Savannah to the Gecko Swamp. But instead of going the way that I have been going, the way that involves going through where Aletmon was and where Patamon is, I instead will go a different way. I will go the way that results in you triggering the scene where Leomon rescues Patamon from Goborimon, and I will then carry on through Gear Savannah to the Gecko Swamp. I just want to get the scene out of the way, the scene where Leomon rescues Patamon, so that I would have gotten the scene out of the way. It's the first step towards recruiting Leomon, and later on, once I get the Leomon Ancestor Stone, I can then take it to him in Gear Savannah, and I'll be able to recruit him, but that's a long way off. In order for you to be able to get to the Leomon Ancestor Cave, there's a Dramoldramon that needs to have dug through so that you can get there, and I think for that to happen you need a certain number of prosperity points, and I think you also need to have recruited Meramon as well. So it's a long way off, but it doesn't hurt to get the initial parts out of the way. And you've seen me defeat Agumon, Palmon, Tanemon, and obviously I was overpowered because of having 999 attack, as well as having Bug as my technique. But most of the fights, most of the battling is going to happen after the next bit of grinding is done. That way, as well as having maximum attack, all of my other stats will also be in the maximum, which will make me even more overpowered, which should make the run more fun and should make the battles more fun, rather than have the battles when it's just my attack that's maxed out, although attack is the most important stat for a challenge like this. Well, it's not a challenge, the complete opposite, you know. It's just a unique way of doing the game, a fun way of doing the game, you know, a playthrough where you're overpowered. And in the previous Overpowered Run, that was how I did it. I only defeated Agumon and Tanemon initially, and then all the other battles were after the next bit of grinding. This time I also defeated Palmon, but that was just so that I could get the rain plant during the grinding. So it'll just be easier with recruiting Vegiemon and Moldramon. Just when... okay, that's annoying. When getting the next bit of grinding out of the way, I didn't want the risk of having to just loiter, you know, hoping, well, waiting for day 15 just to get the rain plant to recruit Vegiemon so I could then get the Super Carrot and recruit Vegiemon. And I used a medium HP, that was just because I didn't want to risk getting an injury from the battle. Because finishing a battle with low HP has the risk of you getting injured. So I've gone back to Freeze Land and I'm heading for the Vegiemons so that I can trade the fish that I caught, and I can also trade my medium HPs for super defense discs, and I can make a big profit from them. And I panic here, don't want to get into a battle with Ice Devimon, and I decide to try and get out of the situation by letting Piximon sleep. We were very close to the time that he wakes up on. In fact, I think we've only moved forward to the next hour because that's when Piximon was going to wake up. Your Digimon always wakes up at the same time, regardless of when you put it to sleep. So letting your Digimon not letting your Digimon sleep until later than you're meant to means that it will get less sleep because it will still wake up at the same time. So I go here just to trade one Digimushroom so that I can get back to 99 medium HPs, because I had to use one to take away the risk of Piximon getting injured. So here, trade the fish. Then with the other Vegiemon, trade the other fish and trade the medium HPs as well. And then that will leave me only needing to trade 3 more items with the Vegiemons. Super Carrot, Omni Floppy and Giant Meat. Although when you trade a Super Carrot, the item that you get is actually an Omni Floppy, which you can then use to trade with the other Vegiemon. So really it's just a Super Carrot and a Giant Meat that is still needed for trading. I now go back to the other Vegiemon so that I can trade all of my Digimushrooms for medium HPs. So when I purchase more medium HPs for more trades, I won't have to purchase 99 because I will have some already, 22, from trading the Digimushrooms. Here onwards, I no longer care about Digimushrooms. I've got to the point where I'm going to have lots of money, so it's just about buying medium HPs and trading them. And for some reason, Palmon didn't give me more meat, even though it is a new day. So yeah, sell the super defense discs and keep going like that. I've got to the stage where I have more than enough money to not care about Digimushrooms, so I'm no longer interested in Digimushrooms. I take out the giant meats because when I'm grinding, I'm going to want to be able to feed my Digimon, because weight and care mistakes are significant when it comes to Digivolutions. I took out the giant meats, and I have standard meat as well. And I'll be getting more and more giant meat from Palmon. As well as maxing out medium HPs, I can also max out autopilots, portable potties and meat. Oh yeah, and this time I'm not going to speak to Yuramon prior to the grinding, because last time in the other Overpowered Run I did do that, and then because of that I wasn't able to go to Freeze Land by going through the Great Canyon, because that would have meant getting into a battle with Agumon. So instead I had to get to Freeze Land by going through Mount Panorama, Gear Savannah, Gecko Swamp, Misty Trees, which was annoying. But by not speaking to Yuramon about the bandits, this time I'll be able to get to Freeze Land by going through Great Canyon. And I'm now just waiting for Piximon to fade away, because we've done all that needs to be done with Piximon, and here we are fading away. I don't need to do any more with Piximon, so let him fade away, do the grinding with my new Digimon, and then I can do the rest of the game with the other overpowered Digimon that I'm going to be doing the rest of the game with. It's the green egg that I'm going to be choosing, because to begin with I'm going to need Agumon, so that I can take the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon, and I'll be Digivolving to Meramon, so I can take the first step towards recruiting Piximon. The grinding is not done, so please do not think that Tanemon is the Digimon that I'm going to be using for the rest of the game. I was having difficulty getting the Digimon that I wanted to get, and so I decided to recruit Vegiemon. So that's where I'm going at the moment. I'm heading to the tropical jungle. I have a rain plant in my inventory, and I'm going to recruit Vegiemon so that I can buy super carrots and hawk radishes. They will boost the stat improvement that I get when using the green gym. Not to mention that hawk radishes boost your weight, whereas super carrots decrease your weight. So recruiting Vegiemon and being able to purchase hawk radishes and super carrots will help with me being able to get better stats, and will also help with me having more control over my Digimon's weight. Stats and weight are two of the things which affect the Digimon that you Digivolve into, and they are two of the requirements that need to be fulfilled in order to get the Digimon you want to get. With Champion, when it comes to Digivolve into Champion Digimon, you only have to fulfill two of the requirements. But I believe with Ultimates you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements. And I think there's a total of 4 things that influence your Digivolution. I know there's stats, weight, care mistakes, and then I think there's usually something else as well. I think it can be battles, it can be happiness and discipline, it can be the number of techniques you've got, and possibly some other things as well. But there's always stats, weight, and care mistakes, certainly with most Digivolutions anyway. And the grinding is now done, and my Digimon is Megadramon, Year 7, Day 6, 98 Digi-Seabasses, 99 autopilots, portable potties, medicines, 62 sirloins. Maximum stats, age 34, weight 94, virus gauge is 8D, happiness is almost full, discipline is very good as well. Ice Statue is my technique, which I'm going to be using. There's a few others that Megadramon can use, but Ice Statue is the one I'm going to be sticking with. Tamer Level's at the maximum still, 11 raised Digimon, maximum money, 3 medals, both of the rods, so 2 of the 4 key items. Been playing for over 21 hours. You can see the Digimon that I've Digivolved into. I have 3 medals in total, 1 for maximising stats, 1 for maximising money, the other for catching 100 fish, and the only card I've got is of myself. And I'm now going to be doing the rest of the game with Megadramon, and I need to remember to speak to Yuramon about the bandits. So from here, I'm going to be going from 17 prosperity points, which is what I currently have, all the way through to 100 prosperity points, and it occurred to me that I should also show you the item bank. in the item bank, I have 99 large recoveries, medium MPs, and variouses. I've got a giant meat, got a super carrot, 2 ice mushrooms, 2 rain plants. Since recruiting Vegiemon, I've been getting sirloins instead of giant meats, but I reserved 1 giant meat in the item bank because that will be needed for a Vegiemon trade later on. There's also a super carrot in there, which will be needed for Vegiemon trades. A couple of rain plants have built up, and when going to Freezeland to do the Vegiemon money trick, which is how I maximised my money, I did find a couple of ice mushrooms. And with all my money, I was able to purchase 99 large HPs, medium MPs, and variouses. I took out the variouses because they could come in handy more or less straight away if I was to get paralysed in a battle, or flattened, or poisoned, or confused, or whatever. The large recoveries and medium MPs, I kept them in the item bank so they're there if I need them, but I don't anticipate needing them. You have to remember, I have to keep Megadramon alive with Digi-Seabasses. I have to feed him Digi-Seabasses in order to stop him from fading away, and they recover your HP and MP completely. And I shouldn't come close to getting low on HP due to the stats that I've got. And here you see me against Kunamon. I try to have like a priority. It's good to recruit Kunamon early on because of the shortcut that he creates from the city to the Digimon bridge. I was keen to go to the Dino region as soon as possible, because after recruiting Tyrannomon, Nanimon shows on the spot where Meteormon was, and if that's your first time of speaking to Nanimon, then he drops a key item which enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10. So you can see that I am heading towards the Dino region because I want to get that key item as soon as possible so that I've got more space in my inventory. Double it from a potential of 10 items to a potential of 20 items. That obviously requires me to defeat Tyrannomon and Meteormon, and then recruit Tyrannomon and then return to where Meteormon was. In the previous Overpowered Run, I started off with Piximon ahead of the battle against Agumon, made it up to 14 prosperity points, then did more grinding, then after the grinding was done I continued with Piximon, made it up to 91 prosperity points, and then earned the final 9 prosperity points with Vegiemon as my Digimon. This time I started with Piximon like I did in the previous Overpowered Run, made it up to 15 prosperity points. Then during the grinding I recruited Vegiemon as well, bringing it up to 17 prosperity points, and I will now be doing the rest of the game with Megadramon. From here I will be making it up to 100 prosperity points using no Digimon other than Megadramon. And I did have quite a few ideas with which Digimon to use. Obviously I didn't want to use Piximon again, because that's the Digimon I used for the majority of my other Overpowered Run. So I wanted to use a different Digimon, and I had to consider various things, and I did have a number of different Digimon in mind, and Megadramon was the Digimon that I ended up going with. Here in the Bone Tunnel you just have to turn left like that in order to get to this part of the Dino region. If you go straight on, then it takes you to a different place where you can battle a Digimon, and then it tells you to turn left at the Bone Tunnel. If you already know about that, then when you get to the Bone Tunnel you can just turn left and go straight here and not have to worry about the other Digimon. So here we are against Meteormon. I have to go through the text slowly because not going through the text slowly can result in my game freezing. So when speaking to Meteormon there, I did go through the text slowly, but I speeded the video up so that it wasn't slow for you. Because I didn't want to bore you with me going through the text slowly to prevent the game from freezing. I don't know if it's just a problem with my individual disc or my version of Digimon World, but certainly I don't think it's a problem for everybody, because the speedrunners that I've seen do this game don't have to go through text slowly in order to stop the game from freezing. So once Tanemon joins the city, Tanemon will appear where Meteormon was, so that's why we are returning to this part of the Dino region. We're going to go to where Meteormon was and speak to Tanemon for the first time and get the key item that he drops. Tanemon shows at 5 different locations in total. Speak to him the first time, get a key item that enables you to carry 20 items. Speak to him all the other times, and the 5th time that you speak to him, he joins the city, and he also drops a key item that enables you to carry 30 items. I don't mind my Digimon declining items, because that justifies scolding them, which boosts their discipline, and I do like to keep my happiness and discipline as full as possible. So I speak to Vegiemon only once. I do that so that Greymon will show up, and I can then battle and recruit Greymon. It's important to recruit Greymon before you go to Beetle Land, because in order to be able to recruit Terimon from Beetle Land, you have to recruit Greymon first. So I was keen to recruit Greymon sooner rather than later. Greymon must be quite a bit more powerful than the other Digimon that you face at this sort of stage, because his Magma Bomb did over 100, his Dynamite Kick did over 50, and that's with me having maximum defense. You know, a lot of Digimon can only do 1 damage to me, but not Greymon. So, you know, he's not the weakest of Digimon. I mean, he's certainly not the strongest, but, you know, he's not the weakest either. You know, he seems to be quite a bit more powerful than the likes of Tyrannomon, Agumon, Meramon, Meteormon, etc. To get to, I was saying about Beetle Land, to be able to go to Beetle Land, you have to recruit Shalmon first, which requires you to battle Agumon twice. If you recruit Shalmon, then on his notice board there'll be an article about the Dragon Eye Lake having a guardian. You might need a certain number of prosperity points in order for the article to show, or there might be some additional requirement other than simply having Shalmon. And if you read about the article, then Seadramon shows at one of the Dragon Eye Lakes at certain times, you can catch him, which obviously you need a fishing rod for. It's much easier to catch him with the amazing rod, but it is also possible to catch him with the old rod, but it's a lot more difficult, so it makes a lot more sense to use the amazing rod if you have it. And then if you go to Beetle Land, you can recruit Agumon and Tenemon by speaking to them, but in order to recruit Tenemon, you have to have the arena at the city, which Greymon opens up after joining the city. So you have to recruit Greymon before you can recruit Tenemon, and you have to recruit Shellmon before you can go to Beetle Land and recruit either of Agumon or Tenemon. And since Megadramon is a virus Digimon, I've decided to explore Greylord's mansion for the first time and help out my Ultismon, but we can't recruit him during this visit. We have to recruit Shellmon first and read an article about my Ultismon, which might have additional requirements, most probably a certain number of prosperity points. After reading the article, you can then return to Greylord's mansion and do the rest of the stuff that you have to do in order to recruit my Ultismon, but we're not able to recruit him during this visit. And even though I've got maximum stats and money, I do like to collect all of the items that can be collected. Like, I'm not talking about the random items that spawn, you know, like Digimushrooms, blue apples. I'm talking about, you know, the fixed items. Like, I just collected 2 brain chips just a moment ago. You know, the fixed items, I do like to collect them. And it sort of has a feel of progression to it. So that's why I'm choosing to collect the items, even though it's really not necessary. I suppose it also shows you as viewers where all of the items are. But a lot of you will already know where all the items are, but if there's anyone who's less confident with the game, less familiar with the game, then you'll be able to see where all the items are. I wasn't able to collect the autopilot because I've already got 99 of them. You know, it's interesting because Megadramon has wings, and if you fall off the cliff in Great Canyon with Megadramon as your Digimon, then he doesn't sustain damage from the fall because he flies instead, and the dialogue is different in the Great Canyon if you have Megadramon or any Digimon that can fly. And the dialogue is different than if you have a Digimon that can't fly. And I was curious as to whether the same would be true here in Greylord's mansion, but evidently not, because Megadramon took damage from the fall here in Greylord's mansion, and the dialogue was the same. So it seems that flying Digimon use their wings to save them if you fall off the cliff at Great Canyon, but not here in Greylord's mansion. I suppose the fall in Greylord's mansion isn't as bad as the fall in Great Canyon. I now choose to go into the room with the trap. And I choose to fall down. Really not necessary at all. It's just something I like to do for the feel of progression, and I won't be too far away from the refrigerator. So from here, I can now go to the refrigerator and use the key to read the memo. And then after reading the memo, you have to go to the Overdow Cemetery, and there'll be a sirloin there. And then here I choose to exit through this door down here, which I haven't yet unlocked. I do that so that the door will now be unlocked, and that means that when I return here, I won't need the mansion key, because all of the doors that were locked have been unlocked with the mansion key. So I can now put the mansion key in the item bank, clearing up a space in my inventory, and I've just re-entered Greylord's Mansion. Now I go back into the cemetery. That's because my Altismon's meat keeps respawning until you go to him and give him the meat. Once you go to my Altismon and give him the meat, it stops spawning, but before you give it to him, if you repeatedly leave the Overdow Cemetery and go back to the Overdow Cemetery, then the meat will be there and it will be obtainable. And I like to collect 2 just because it's the only opportunity that you have to get a spare one, and I just like to put it in the item bank so that I've got an item that you're not meant to be able to have, because you're meant to just collect 1 and give it to my Altismon, and then that'd be the end of it. And once we're done talking to my Altismon, we would have done all that can be done in Greylord's Mansion for the time being, and the autopilot that I couldn't collect, I'll be able to collect when I come here the second time, because I'm going to be using a lot of autopilots, so my number of autopilots is going to fall under 99. And since I've spoken to Yuramon about the bandits, Agumon will feature in the Great Canyon, and we can defeat him once, then make it into the Olga Fortress, defeat him twice, and then that will create the opportunity to recruit Shaomon, and will also result in Waymon appearing in Friesland. And after the battle, I do choose to fall off the cliff as a way of getting down to the lower part of Great Canyon. Not necessary, because you can just use the elevator, but if you don't fall off the cliff, then Agumon mentions it as a hint when you recruit Agumon, and he gives you hints on recruiting Digimon. He mentions about a dangerous cliff, and he mentions it if you don't fall off it. If you fall off the cliff, then he no longer mentions it. So I choose to fall off the cliff just because I don't want Agumon mentioning it. And you can also see how different you can also see that the dialogue's different if you fall off the cliff when you have a winged Digimon, which is the case with me at the moment with Megadramon. So Agumon now goes to the Ogre Fortress, and you can simply follow him down the elevator, which is beyond this area, or you can fall off the cliff. And you can see the different dialogue that you have if you fall off the cliff with a winged Digimon as opposed to a non-winged Digimon. And if you don't want Agumon giving you like a hint, which is probably not going to be helpful, then it's best to fall off the cliff just so he doesn't give you the hint. The hint is something like, if you fear danger, you'll lose sight of your goal. You have to be brave enough to climb a dangerous cliff at least once. Something like that. You can see how the text is different. Wow, you look okay. You flew? That's cheating. Well, not really, I guess. Let's go. And now we can go to the Ogre Fortress. And I imagine that the hint is probably referring to Agumon, because the cliff is at the Great Canyon, which is where you meet Agumon for the first time. It's near two of his battle locations, and if you try to go to the Ogre Fortress without battling Agumon the first time, then you're unable to use the elevator because of a rock which is stuck in the elevator, stopping you from going down. But falling off the cliff enables you to get down to near the Ogre Fortress, but you can't enter it. There's an Agumon who you can battle, but then he runs inside the fortress and you can't get into it. You have to defeat Agumon the first time in order to be able to get into the fortress. But I kind of feel like the cliff is sort of linked to Agumon and Agumon Fortress, so that's why I suspect that the hint is referring to Agumon. Those Agumons can be skipped, as can the Goborimon near Shalmon, but I choose not to try any of the skips, because I think it's... well, since this is an overpowered run, I think it's fun to show you myself thrashing Digimon. I mean, that's what an overpowered run is meant to be. Yeah, it's meant to be about enjoyment from breezing through the game. And the Goborimon skip is something I've not actually practiced. I mean, I've done the Agumon skip before, but not practiced the Goborimon skip. I should probably try and bring you up to speed with the grinding that took place in between me having Piximon and Megadramon. I had a few ideas. One of them was to hold on to the hair grower that you get from trading Happy Mushroom with Vegiemon, and then after Piximon fades away, when you get a rookie Digimon, immediately give it the hair grower so that it digivolves to Vegiemon, and then once 10 days have passed, either praise or scold Vegiemon so that it digivolves to Vegiemon. Vegiemon is a virus type and can therefore enter Greylord's mansion. He can also resist the cold, and you would therefore be able to recruit Vegiemon if you visit Vegiemon with Vegiemon. Vegiemon can use Bug, which we learnt when we had Piximon. I also thought about the machine techniques. I was particularly keen on All Range Beam, because I thought that that would really help in an overpowered run. Use Bug when you're against like one individual Digimon, use All Range Beam when you're against 2 or 3 Digimon. And I did try this, but the annoying thing is that I wasn't able to learn any machine techniques. I tried learning machine techniques with Vegiemon, but Vegiemon wasn't able to learn a single technique, not machine, not anything, and I thought that it might have been a problem with Vegiemon. I thought that maybe for whatever reason Vegiemon can't learn techniques, and then I came up with the idea of getting a different machine Digimon with the intention of learning All Range Beam, and then having that Digimon fade away, and then trying with Vegiemon again. So when I failed at teaching techniques to Vegiemon, I think I then restarted, I think I then reloaded the backed up save file of where I'm at the start of the game with Piximon, and I then held on to the hair grower once again, and then when Piximon faded away, I chose the green egg, had Agumon as my rookie Digimon, Digivolved to Centaurumon and then Andromon, and then tried to learn All Range Beam with Andromon, and he did learn a few techniques, but none of them were machine techniques. He learnt Static Electric, Megaton Punch and Counter, or at least if I'm remembering correctly, that's what he learnt. But he didn't learn any machine techniques. So then I concluded that for whatever reason, you can't learn machine techniques from brain training, or at least not at the stage of the game that I was at. Maybe you have to do something first before you can learn machine techniques. Maybe there's some sort of requirement that has to be fulfilled. I'm not entirely sure, but for whatever reason I simply couldn't learn any machine techniques, so that took all range beam out of the equation, and I was then thinking about other possibilities. I did consider Metal Greymon because of Meltdown, and he's also a virus Digimon, but he can't tolerate, well, I don't think he can tolerate cold weather, so that would be no good for trying to recruit Frigimon. And also, I just don't really like Metal Greymon in this game. It's just this game, really. In this game, I don't really like Metal Greymon. So I wasn't very keen on the thought of using him. I did consider Mega Seadramon because of Ice Statue and the fact that he can tolerate cold weather, but he's not a virus Digimon and therefore can't access Greylord's mansion. And then I thought about Megadramon. He can learn Ice Statue, which is a very good technique, very overpowered. He's a virus Digimon, and he can tolerate the cold, so there'd be no issues with Greylord's Mansion or Frigimon. I knew I wouldn't be able to learn any machine techniques, but I had no reason to believe that I wouldn't be able to learn Ice Statue, and I did learn Ice Statue. I took Megadramon to Friesland, repeatedly battled an Ice Devimon until I learned Ice Statue from him. I expected to learn Giga Freeze first, but I didn't. Instead, I just learned Ice Statue, which was brilliant. So Ice Statue was learnt from a battle when I took Megadramon to Friesland and battled Ice Devimons over and over again, because they use Ice Statue. I did have trouble Digivolving into Megadramon, because when I let Muncymon fade away, I picked the green egg, Digivolved to Agumon, and then Tyrannomon. You saw me with Tyrannomon when I recruited Vegiemon, and it took more than one try in order to Digivolve from Tyrannomon to Megadramon. You know, I didn't succeed the first time. The first time I faded away without having enough time to get the required stats for Megadramon. I'm trying to remember the requirements. There were certain stats. I think it might have been 3000 HP, 5000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed and brains. The weight requirement was 55, which I think means that anything between 50 and 60 would be adequate. Care mistakes maximum of 10, and a bonus condition have 30 battles or more. Problem that I was encountering was that where Tyrannomon ate quite a lot, my weight ended up exceeding 55, and I was also having difficulty getting the necessary stats before fading away. But the headlines there mentioned about a late Guardian and also about a UFO, so that will help with Seadramon and Vegiemon. So yeah, And to try and keep my weight down, there were times when I had to not feed Tanemon when he wanted to eat. Problem with that is it's a care mistake, and you have to keep care mistakes to a maximum of 10. There was one time when I did manage to get the necessary stats and the right weight, and I thought that I had kept to under 10 care mistakes, but he still didn't Digivolve. And then it made me wonder if I had exceeded the number of care mistakes without realising it, or if it's compulsory to fulfill the battle's requirements. So I decided to recruit Vegiemon because super carrots and hawk radishes would have enabled me to get bigger stat boosts, so it'd be easier with getting the required stats. And here I'm battling this Dramoljamon so that the other Dramoljamon will give me the opportunity to carry dirt, something that I do immediately after defeating this Dramoljamon. That didn't take long at all. What was I saying? So yeah, stats, and also the fact that super carrots decrease your weight meant that I would have more control over my weight without needing to not feed my Digimon, so I could still feed Tanemon so that I wasn't committing care mistakes, and I could also have the weight how I wanted it. If it got too high, then I could lower it with super carrots. And so I think I fouled twice with Tanemon. I think there were 2 occasions where Tanemon faded away without Digivolving to Megadramon. I suppose we would know by the number of raised Digimon. I do speed this up, just because dirt carrying is probably boring to watch. As when I started with Piximon, I think it was 7 raised Digimon. When I continued with Megadramon, I think it was 11, which means 4 raised Digimon. One of them would be when I successfully Digivolved to Megadramon. One of them would be when I Digivolved to Numamon and Muncimon. So that must mean that there were 2 others as well. So I must have failed twice. I must have had Tanemon fade away twice. And I then obviously tried again. And I don't think I made any care mistakes. I managed to have my weight where it needed to be when I Digivolved. And I can't do any more dirt carrying, so I return to the city so that I can rest, and I then come back and do the rest of the dirt carrying. When I was Tanemon, I had over 30 battles, and it was easy battles. It was against the basic Digimon in like the native forest area. So I ended up getting more than 30 battles. That requirement was fulfilled. I had less than 10 care mistakes. To the best of my knowledge, I didn't have any care mistakes. I managed to keep my weight, and I managed to have my weight where it needed to be when Digivolving. And I did use super carrots and hawk radishes while having Bottomon, Koromon, Agumon, and Tyrannomon as my Digimon. And funny thing is that when I Digivolved from Tyrannomon to Megadramon, I hadn't actually reached the required stats. I was training and I was heading towards the required stats, but I Digivolved without having the required stats. But I did say that I'm pretty sure you only have to fulfill 3 of the requirements in order to Digivolve to an ultimate. I did that by having battles, weight and care mistakes, so I suppose that made stats irrelevant. I still aimed to get the necessary stats, but I Digivolved before getting the necessary stats. I then had Megadramon as my Digimon, and I caught 99 black trouts, which were used to catch 99 Digi-Sea basses, because I knew that they would be needed for prolonging Megadramon's life, so that I could reach maximum stats and do the rest of the game with Megadramon. And in between maximising my stats, I also repeatedly did the Moljamon money trick to maximise my money, and on one of the trips I battled Ice Devimons to learn Ice Statue. I had Metal Splinter as the technique that I was using. It took about half a dozen battles to learn Ice Statue, but I learned it, and well, and thanks to all of that, I was able to find myself in this position of doing the rest of the Overpowered Run with Megadramon as my overpowered Digimon. Maximum stats, maximum money, so no worries about items, and Ice Statue as the technique that I was going to be using, which, in my opinion, is possibly the best technique in the game. It's powerful, it's fast, it's good value for MP when you consider the MP consumption, it's hard to interrupt, and it's good at interrupting. It has a decent rate of causing paralysis. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, Ice Statue is probably the best technique in the game, and an overpowered technique. Even if you don't consider it to be the best, you surely consider it to be one of the best. And I can understand people possibly favouring Bug. I guess I can understand people possibly favouring Megalospark and Thunderbolt. Then there's DG Dimension and Orange Beam. I can understand people preferring them. Maybe Meltdown, Prominence Beam, Infinity Burn. But yeah, I consider Ice Statue to be the best. It's faster than Bug, and it's more reliable as well and uses less MP. It's more reliable because sometimes when you use Bug, even though you hurl multiple projectiles, it doesn't always attack the Digimon. Sometimes it just runs around and doesn't attack the Digimon, so it can be a bit unreliable. and you can only have 4 projectiles at once. If you try and do bug again when there's still 4 projectiles left, then you can't use any more. If you do bug when there's already 3 projectiles, then you'll only produce 1 more, bringing it up to 4. If there's 2 already, you'll only produce 2 more. If there's 1 already, then you'll produce 3 more. So while bug is great in that it has multiple projectiles and can hit a Digimon more than once per attack, and it's powerful and has a good rate of causing flattening, it is also unreliable at times. The ice statue is fast and powerful, and it only, realistically speaking, it only really has a risk of missing if you're aiming it at a Digimon who's fast and is running around quickly. That's pretty much the only time it has like a realistic risk of missing. And I decide to unnecessarily give Megadronmon a medicine just so that I can take the medicine item. I would rather do that than leave it unobtained. I don't like leaving unobtained items. There's the autopilot in Greylord's Mansion, plus the other autopilot and double floppy in the Olga Fortress, but I haven't forgotten about those items. It's important to speak to this Dramoldramon as soon as possible. Speak to him, come back in 3 days, and he would have finished digging the tunnel, and if you then speak to him again, then he joins the city, and you can make the most of the available items here in the lava cave before leaving. Agumon does feature at the drill tunnel as his 4th and final location, but that's not yet. Leomon's ancestor cave, that's within the drill tunnel, and that's also one of Nanemon's locations, but we're not ready for that yet. We're not ready to recruit Dramoldramon yet, but we have recruited Meramon, and the ball is rolling with Dramoldramon, Agumon, and the Leomon ancestor cave, as well as Leomon himself. So this Overpowered Run, the grinding side of it has turned out to be more difficult, but the actual run itself, I think there aren't too many things to complain about. And I'm heading for the Dragon Eye Lake to encounter Seedramon, because I thought that this was one of the times that he shows up at, but I had miscalculated. He doesn't actually show up until the next hour, so I didn't need to come here quite so promptly, because the next hour is over a quarter of an hour away. I believe that the hand that you see ticking is a minute hand. 1 second in the real world is a minute in the Digimon world, so the real world is effectively 60 times faster, if that is correct. And I just hold here just to see if Seedramon swims past, And after doing it for long enough and not seeing him, I realise that this isn't the time that he shows up at. So after striking the new hour, I leave and re-enter, and I then do the same thing where I wait to see if he shows up. By going into your rod and selecting bait and going like this, then you're waiting for him to show up, which he has done, and also the clock's not ticking, so you're sort of letting time go by but without time physically going by, so you're not like wasting any time by doing it this way. And it takes a long time for Yuramon to take my bait, so I do speed up him ignoring my bait, but I go back to normal speed when doing that, you know, when bringing my rod back and relaunching it. And I keep going until he eventually takes my bait, which is now. And it takes me a long time to reel him in, so I speed that up as well. But we've caught him. Yeah, if you select Let's Be Friends, then he gives you a blue flute and takes you to Beetle Land. If you ask for an item, then he gives you the water bottle, which is a Digivolution item, makes you Digivolve to Vegiemon. And if you ask for a technique, then he can teach you Aqua Magic, Winter Blast and Giga Freeze. But if you already have those techniques, then he won't be able to teach you anything. If you catch him and get a water bottle from him, then you have to catch him again in order to ask for a technique. If he teaches you one of the techniques, then you have to catch him a second and third time in order to learn the second and third technique if you don't already have them. And then if you want to be friends with him, then you would have to catch him again. But I chose just to be friends and to have him take me to the Beetle Land. I have no use for a water bottle or Aqua Magic or Winter Blast or Giga Freeze. Yeah, that Tanemon, he only joined because there was an option about the arena, which isn't an option if you haven't recruited Greymon. So it was good that I recruited Greymon earlier. We are now done with Beetle Land. So yeah, it took a few tries in order for me to be able to provide you with this video. The first time I loaded the backed up file where I have Piximon at the beginning before leaving the city, before defeating and recruiting Agumon, I made it up to the 15 prosperity points, started the grinding, made Agumon sick in Freeze Land, made Numamon Digivolve to Muncymon, had the robot Digimon unlock the door in Toy Town, held on to the hair grower that I traded, well, that I got for a trade from one of the Vegiemons. I took an in-training Digimon, I think it was Koramon, to
Kunamon's bed and slept there. Didn't save and sleep, just slept, because I wanted him to digivolve to Kunamon, and if he didn't, then by only sleeping I could reload from where I saved in Vegimon's house. And I kept repeating until he did digivolve to Kunamon. I did that for a quick digivolution from an entraining Digimon to a rookie Digimon, had the hair grower in my inventory for a quick digivolution from a rookie to a champion, Vegiemon of course, digivolved to Vegiemon, didn't learn or range beam, and then I had to delete what I had recorded and then reload from where I had Piximon at the very start of the game. And here I'm heading for Ice Sanctuary, even though when I did this with Piximon I wasn't able to do the setup that speedrunners do, this time the setup, or at least the initial part of the setup, did actually work, and then I entered Ice Sanctuary. The only bit I went wrong at was how far I ran backwards by, because I wasn't able to run straight into the Ice Sanctuary. I had to keep nudging forward slightly before I eventually entered. And it's nice to recruit Agumon early on, because he gives you hints on Digimon which can remind you of any Digimon that you might be forgetting about. So yeah, after having to start again from Piximon, I then had to do the initial bit again of making it up to 15 prosperity points. I held on to the hair grower that I got from Vegiemon, but instead of I took Agumon to Friesland and made him sick. I digivolved from Numamon to Muncimon and had the robot Digimon unlock the door. And then I moved on to the grinding, where the next bit of the grinding, where I digivolved from Agumon to Centaurumon to Andromon. I think I did it in one lifespan, but I wasn't able to learn or range beam, so I then had to delete what I had recorded again, and I acknowledged that having or range beam wasn't going to be possible, so I then put some thought into it, and then considered Megadramon, where I then obviously had to start again from Piximon at the beginning, like you saw in this video. Made it up to 15 prosperity points by doing the initial stuff, and then I then took Agumon, chose the green egg, digivolved to Agumon, took him to Friesland, made him sick, so I got rescued by Vegiemon, digivolved from Agumon to Numamon, took Numamon to Toy Town to digivolve to Muncimon, spoke to the robot Digimon to get the door unlocked that leads to Wari Muncimon, had Muncimon fade away, and then after having frustrating times trying to get Tyrannomon to digivolve to Megadramon, you then saw that during the grinding I went and recruited Vegiemon, and then I did eventually manage to digivolve to Megadramon, and then maximize my stats, maximize my money, learn Ice Statue, catch all the fish that need to be caught, and get me into a position where I could continue with the Overpowered Run. And the save file that I loaded after the grinding, like the very first bit with Vegiemon, that save file also got backed up just in case I was to go wrong somewhere, because it took a lot of time and effort to Digivolve to Vegiemon, let alone everything else that I had to do. And in order to Digivolve from Agumon, well, in order to Digivolve from any rookie Digimon to Numamon, you have to not fulfill the requirements for any of the natural Digivolutions. I think in order to get a natural champion, you have to fulfill 2 of the requirements, which presumably means that fulfilling just 1 of the requirements would be adequate for Digivolve into Numamon, because you haven't fulfilled 2 of the requirements. And to help with this, I repeatedly praised and scolded Botamon, Koramon, and Agumon so that their happiness and discipline was virtually at the minimum, which resulted in the butterfly, and the butterfly caused my stats to go down, bringing them below any of the required amounts for any of the natural champions. HP and MP was under 1,000, attack, defense, speed and brains were under 100. I didn't feed Agumon, did that so that his weight would be low, so that I didn't fulfill any of the requirements for any of the natural champions as far as weight is concerned. And by not feeding him, that was also a care mistake, and a high number of care mistakes possibly ruled out all of the natural champions, or at least some of the natural champions, and I was able to Digivolve to Numamon. And I did get a stat boost when Digivolve into Piximon, but that was irrelevant, because I didn't do anything with Piximon apart from speak to the robot Digimon and get the door unlocked. And then I just waited for Piximon to fade away before then trying to get Vegiemon. But Vegiemon pretty much ticks all the boxes. He can access Greylord's Mansion because he's a virus type. You don't have to worry about Ice Sanctuary because the skip enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, even if it's not a vaccine type. The fact that he can tolerate cold means that Vegiemon would be recruitable with Vegiemon. And Ice Statue, in my opinion, is a very overpowered technique, which makes this an overpowered run, since I'm using Vegiemon with maximum stats and Ice Statue as my technique. And this giant meat trade will result in Vegiemon joining the city. And it's always that Vegiemon that I ensure is the one that joins the city. The last trade that you do with the last Vegiemon is what causes the Vegiemon to join the city. So the Vegiemon that you do the final Vegiemon that you do the final trade with is the Vegiemon that joins the city. So always make sure it's that particular one, so that the other 2 will remain in Friesland and continue to trade with you. Because the one that joined the city, I consider him to be the least valuable when it comes to trades, so I would rather lose him than any of the others. So I made sure I traded with the other 2 Vegiemons first. I made sure I traded the super carrot with one of them, which resulted in me getting an Omni Floppy in return. Then I traded the Omni Floppy with the other Vegiemon, and then the one that I wanted to recruit, he was the last one that I saw to traded the giant meat, and then that was every trade done with all three Vegiemons, and so he joined the city. I would always advise joining that Vegiemon instead of the other two, because I think the other two are more valuable when it comes to the trading. And this is the third Agumon battle. So after this, Waymon will join the city, which will grant us access to Factorial Town. And Agumon will also spawn in the drill tunnel afterwards, ready for the fourth and final battle, which winning will result in Agumon joining the city as well. For a moment I wasn't sure if that was actually going to hit. I started to wonder if it was going to strike Gabumon, even though Gabumon had already been defeated. Because if you use Mega Seadramon as your Digimon, then it is possible for his finish to strike a Digimon that's already been defeated and is lying on the floor, instead of one of the Digimon that are still battling. And I was worried that the same thing was going to happen there, but it didn't. Yeah, the reason why I consider the recruited Vegiemon to be the least valuable is just because I find that with his trades, it's not hugely worthwhile. You don't really make a substantial profit from it. Like giant meat for an autopilot, that you make a loss from. High speed disc for a medicine, I think high speed discs are worth, I think medicine's worth twice the amount. So there is some good in that. And is it a restore that you get for a black trout? That is a very good trade when it comes to value, but catching black trouts to use for trades could be seen as slow and tedious and boring, especially considering that the amount of money that restores sell for is the same as the amount of money that super defense discs sell for, and in order to be able to get traded those with one of the other Vegiemons, you just have to buy 99 medium HPs, which literally takes just a moment to do. I wanted to keep one of the other Vegiemons because he gives you medium HPs in exchange for Digimushrooms, good trade that. Omni Floppy in exchange for a Super Carrot, that's something else that you make a profit from. and then a hair grower for a happy mushroom. I think it's very useful to be able to get that hair grower from Vegiemon whenever you want. That way, if you need to digivolve to Vegiemon in order to complete your Digivolution chart or learn a technique or digivolve to one of Vegemon's ultimates, then it's always available if the Vegemon is always there. As for the other Vegemon, well, he's the most valuable, because, well, in my opinion, because he's the one that you can do the money trick with. Buy 99 medium HPs, trade them for 99 super defense discs, and each time you do that, you roughly make a profit of 150,000 bits. Because the super defense discs, 99 of them, will sell for 198,000 bits. The medium HPs cost 49,500, 500 short of 50,000, and I didn't want that Digimushroom, didn't even know it was there. Minus 49,500 from 198,000, I think that's 148,500. If you autopilot back to the city, then I think that will reduce it to 148,200. I did autopilot back to the city. If you use the Birdramon shortcut to get to Friesland, then that will bring the profit down to 146,200. I obviously didn't, because I hadn't recruited Birdramon at the time. Also, the 99 medicines, I didn't buy them from Centaurumon. Instead, I bought 99 high-speed discs from the item shop, and then traded those 99 high-speed discs. I didn't want to pick that door twice. Traded the 99 high-speed discs in exchange for 99 medicines from one of the Vegiemons. I think it was the one that I actually recruited. When the Tankmons come at you, if you produce an animation by offering your Digimon something, then the Tankmons will end up moving out of your way, and you can then proceed without having to battle them. You might get the same effect from praising your Digimon. I chose just to offer him a large MP. I'm not going to lose any sleep over the loss of that, and I do just wait for them to go back to their original positions. It seems that only one of them wants to, so I tried the door anyway, and luckily enough it was the correct one. If I had bought 99 medicines from Centaurumon, then it would have been 1,200 bits each. High-speed discs, they cost 500 each. Exchanged them for medicines, and so I was effectively getting 99 medicines at the cost of 500 bits per medicine, as opposed to 1,200 bits per medicine. And in the previous Overpowered Run, I said that I purchased the medicines from Centaurumon. I have a feeling I might have been wrong about that. I have a feeling I might have got the medicines from trades with the high-speed discs instead, and I think my memory was simply a bit foggy, because from having done it this time around, it sort of made me think, and then I thought, actually, I think I did the same thing the previous time. always pick the small box. The small box is always the right one. I mean, you end up battling him regardless of what box you pick, but I think it's just faster to pick the small one. If you pick the big one, I think like a bomb like comes out and explodes, and then Worumon appears from the small one, but if you pick the small one, he just comes out straight away. It's just quicker, it makes more sense. Usually he drops an item chip, not this time around, but I really don't care about that. I have maximum money and most of these items I just get them put in the item bank, and they're either gonna stay in the item bank or get sold, most probably. So this room with Worumon, this is the room, well, it's one of the locations that Tanemon spawns at. The room that Worumon was in, I think Tanemon spawns more or less on the spot that Worumon was on, and Tanemon will feature once you recruit Muncimon, which isn't far away at all. We just return to the robot Digimon. It will result in Muncimon joining the city, and then we can go back to the room that Worumon was in and speak to Tanemon. Well, that's Muncimon joined. So we're almost done in Toy Town. Just need to speak to Tanemon, and I can't think of anything else in Toy Town that needs to be done. I think this is our second time of speaking to Tanemon. I know I spoke to him at the Dino region. I've not spoke to him at the Sewer or Leomon Ancestor Cave, as I haven't yet been to either of those locations. And I don't think I've spoke to him at the Olga Fortress either. And I did not want to get into a battle. The battles are not threatening, but they do waste time. I would rather be proceeding with what needs to be done rather than getting into unnecessary battles. Two birds with one stone. Not bad, that. But there is a bit of a kicker coming up. I don't know if you can predict what it is. That's the kicker. When my character ran away from the battle, he ended up standing on a spot where once the battle's over, I would then return to the previous area with the tank ones. But I'm through now. Yeah, making it through to speak to Tanemon after recruiting Piximon is not as hard as making it through the first time when approaching Piximon, because the first time each room has 3 doors and only one of them is the correct door, the other 2 contain booby traps. But when you return to speak to Tanemon, there's no longer any booby traps, all of the doors are fine. I don't know at what point the booby traps get disabled. I don't know if it's after you recruit, after like Piximon joins the city, or after you defeat Piximon, or simply after you make it through the correct door. I don't know if, like, once you make it beyond a set of doors, I don't know if those doors are then fine afterwards. I am really not sure. I used an autopilot to go back to the city and used the toilet and got today's sirloins, but there's still stuff that needs to be done in the misty trees and the surrounding areas, so I had Vegiemon take me back to misty trees so I could continue. It's not too long until Kokotorimon shows up. In the meantime, I can battle Agumon, but I can't really think of anything else that I can do prior to Kokotorimon, as I think it's the next hour where he first shows up. So it's really not long at all. I can't really think of anything else that I could do before battling Kokotorimon, which I would be able to do before the end of the hour. There's only half an hour to go until the next hour, so I guess it makes sense just to wait for Kokotorimon. I wasn't sure if it was this room or if it was this area or the next area, but by going upwards like that I could tell that it wasn't this area, so it must be the next area, which I'm entering now. And the presence of the Goborimons means that it's not time yet, but this is definitely the correct area. So it's a new hour. The absence of the Goborimons is a good sign. The sight of Kokatorimon is a better sign. Kokatorimon only shows at a certain time. It's early in the morning, and it's not just for 1 hour when he shows. It is a few hours, I think. But there's only like a few hours in the space of a day where he will show. It's early in the morning, so it's good to make the most of the opportunity to battle him if you are near this area at around this sort of time. I decided to make the most of it, and I had time to battle Agumon beforehand, but that was pretty much it. I do still need to battle Patamon, but it didn't seem wise to go all the way to where Patamon is and then have to backtrack to Kokatorimon, so I left Patamon until now. You have to defeat him 3 times, 3 consecutive times, and I think that the 3 battles combined take about an hour, or thereabouts. Because a normal 1 battle in Digimon time, I think it takes somewhere between a third of an hour and half an hour. So in Digimon time, we're talking like somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes. Maybe it's 20 minutes, and 3 battles against Patamon makes it an hour. I'm not sure. Out of the Digimon in Gear Savannah, there's still Leomon to be recruited. I think that does it for Gear Savannah. We've recruited Patamon, Biomon, Alekmon. If you count Sukamon, then him as well. I don't know if Trash Mountain is classed as part of Gear Savannah, but Sukamon's been recruited anyway. As for Misty Trees, well, we've recruited Gabumon, Kokatorimon. If you count Toy Town, then we've recruited Muncymon and spoke to Nanimon. Just thinking about the areas that still have Digimon and don't have Digimon, like areas where I've recruited all the Digimon and areas where I haven't yet recruited all the Digimon. Here I'm going to see to Garulamon for the second time. Garulamon's HP was at the maximum instead of only being half full, and I think whether or not he has full HP or half full HP, I think is determined by what time it is when you speak to him. And don't worry, the game hasn't frozen. I did worry when I was playing, but it was just a bit delayed. But all is okay. Garulamon is available for the rematch at certain times. There's like a time when he will appear for the rematch, and he will stay for a number of hours before he disappears. And I think if you speak to him earlier, then his HP is only half full, but if you're late, then I think his HP is at the maximum. So I can only imagine that I wasn't I wasn't early enough in order for his HP to only be half full. But it doesn't matter, because I didn't have any difficulties with him, and I didn't anticipate any difficulties with him or any Digimon that I'm going to be battling. And since Moljamon joined the city, Ninjamon is recruitable. Yeah, Ninjamon showing up is not random. Piximon is random. So too is Mumemon and Metal Mumemon, but Ninjamon is not. In order for Ninjamon to show up, you just need to have recruited a Digimon who opens the secret item shop, and then if you run along the Digimon bridge like I did, then Ninjamon will battle you. And there was the headlines about Myotismon, which means that if I go to Grey Lord's mansion, then Myotismon will be missing, and I can take the necessary steps towards recruiting him, but I won't go just yet. It makes sense to take the next step towards recruiting Vegiemon, and if my Tamer level is high enough, then there'll be an article about Vegiemon, and if I return again, then Vegiemon will show up and join the city. It would probably be most sensible to tie that in with Mumemon. When returning to recruit Vegiemon, it would make more sense to also try and get Mumemon to show up. So leave Vegiemon until I plan to try and get Mumemon to show up. The secret item shop, whatever you call it, different Digimon work there. Vegiemon, Numamon, Devimon, Mumemon. So you just have to recruit one of those Digimon in order for Ninjamon to show up. In this case, Vegiemon was the Digimon that we recruited who opened the shop. And so that's why Ninjamon featured. And since we've got the capacity for 20 items, I decided to take out the large recoveries and the medium MPs, as well as the large MP that I had in there. And I did want to buy large recoveries. Okay, there is the article about Vegiemon. I did want to buy 99 large MPs and sell the medium MPs, but unfortunately they weren't an available item. Not here, anyway. So I leave and re-enter in the hope that it might be a different Digimon working there. But it's just Patamon, and yeah, no large MPs. So I have to stick with how it is, at least for the time being anyway. I didn't anticipate needing the items, it's just, I guess it's just nice to just have them there, just in case the unlikely does happen with them being needed. And we have a minimum of 50 prosperity points because Vegiemon mentioned about Mount Infinity. So Mummemon, Dramogemon and Monochromon were the Digimon that Angemon gave hints for, and the battle against Airdramon is coming up. Yeah, when you get a minimum of 50 prosperity points, Vegiemon talks about Mount Infinity, and the path to Mount Infinity will be open, and leaving Vegimon's house results in you being challenged by Airdramon. Airdramon does join the city, but not straight away. He joins after you defeat Machinedramon, and that's also what results in Devimon, Metal Greymon and Megadramon joining the city. I mean, you battle Devimon and Metal Greymon beforehand, and then defeating Machinedramon results in them joining the city, as well as Airdramon. I'm not going to Factorial Town, I'm going to the Secret Beach Cave, just to collect the Misty Egg, even though I'm not going to be using it. And if you defeat Megadramon as well before beating Machinedramon, then Megadramon will also join the city. If you defeat Machinedramon first and then defeat Megadramon afterwards, then Megadramon joins the city straight after you defeat him. As for Digitamamon, you can't recruit him until after beating Machinedramon. Return to Mount Infinity, return to where Machinedramon was, and Digitamamon will be there instead, and you can defeat and recruit him. Since we have 50 plus prosperity points, that also means that Etamon will now show up, or at least I think that's correct. I think the requirement for Etamon to show up is to have 50 prosperity points, same as the requirement for Airdramon to show up. So I'm going to be going to where Etamon features. And I am correct. And for 2 battles in a row, the battle sort of starts with us getting attacked by surprise. And that other Digimon is very wise for wimping out Goboromon. He's wise for not taking part in this fight. The prosperity points that we've got was also enough for there to be the article about Vegiemon, and unless I'm mistaken, we've also fulfilled the requirement for the Digivolve to have drilled through so that we can access the Yuramon ancestor cave. I think the requirement is either 50 prosperity points or less than 50, maybe like 45 or something. And I think you also have to have recruited Meramon as well. So by having recruited Meramon and by having the number of prosperity points that we've got, I think we've also fulfilled the requirement in order to be able to enter the Yuramon ancestor cave. And I was hoping there would be a different Digimon besides Patamon working at the item shop, but unfortunately for me that wasn't the case. It's just I'm sure that you can buy large MPs from the item shop, but maybe not from Patamon, or maybe you have to have recruited Monochromon as well, or have a certain number of prosperity points. I'm not sure, but the main thing is that unfortunately I'm not currently able to purchase large MPs, and I was very cautious at the time because we are getting close to midnight, which is one of the times where you can sneak past the guards in Factorial Town, the 2 Guardromons. We've got like just under 2 hours, I think, so I've chosen to come to the Olga Fortress to collect the double flop that I couldn't previously collect, as well as the autopilot that I couldn't previously collect, and speak to Tanemon for the 3rd time, because one of his locations is the area where you battled Agumon for the 2nd time. So we've got less than an hour and a half until we can make it past the Guardromon. You are meant to do some other stuff first. You're meant to visit the sewer first and see the bad state that Numamon is in. You're meant to speak to Andromon and the Guardromons themselves, and then return either at midnight or midday, and there'll be no guards. But that's not necessary, because if you enter the room where the Guardromons are a few minutes before midnight or midday, then there will be no guards and you can go straight through. Now, I am heading towards the Guardromons, but it occurs to me that I also have a bit of time to take a few tries towards Metal Mummamon. Now I have time to try and get him to show up. So I do leave and re-enter repeatedly in the hope of trying to get Metal Meramon to show up so that we can battle him, defeat him and recruit him before moving on to the guards. But time is pretty limited. He would have to turn up pretty soon, and we won't be able to try too many times. We won't be able to try forever because time will be a problem. And with less than half an hour remaining, I decide to just wait here and make it past the guards. Because even if I had got Metal Meramon to show up, when you account for the time of running over to him and battling him and then having to then make it to the Guardromons, I decided that it was far too risky and not worth it, so I decided to prioritise the guards and make the most of the opportunity to make it past them, and Metal Meramon will have to wait until later on. Once we're done collecting the items in this area, we will then be moving on to Yuramon. In here is the Guardromon that does the remodeling. I think you have to go to him when you have Meramon as your Digimon, and I think that the remodel results in you getting turned into Metal Meramon. There might be other Digimon that you can go with other than Meramon, I'm not sure. Interestingly though, if you get into a battle with one of the other Guardromons in there, when the other Guardromon is on screen, the one who does the remodeling, then it is possible to battle him. And he uses full power, which is a technique that not many of the Digimon use in battles. I know Tanemon does, I know Machinedramon does at the back dimensions, but not many Digimon use full power. I did also learn Digivolve program from that battle, but that's really not significant. I'm not going to be using it. Yeah, Digivolve program. So, despite not being able to learn machine techniques by training brains at the gym, I was able to learn the machine technique Digivolve program from a battle against Yuramon, which I suppose means that it would be possible to learn all range beam from the Guardromons in Factorial Town, but I stopped caring about that some time ago. Ice Statue was the technique for me. So after defeating Guromon, by speaking to Andromon, he changes things so that the sewer is back in normal condition, and that's where we are about to go to, because Numamon also battles you, and defeating him results in him joining the city, and you then have to speak to Andromon again afterwards. Eventually you are able to also recruit Andromon and Guromon, and the sewer is one of the areas that Tanemon spawns in. But at the moment, the best we can do is recruit Numamon, and then speak to Andromon so that you get the ball rolling with recruiting him and Guromon. But we won't be able to recruit them just yet. Mount Infinity is open, but I intentionally put that on the back burner. I wanted to do as much other stuff as possible first. Like before Mount Infinity, I wanted to do as much other stuff as possible prior to Mount Infinity, preferably everything else. So Mount Infinity is something that I kept putting on hold, and I was trying to think of other things to do in the meantime. Factorial Town is one of those things. And since we no longer have to rush against the clock like we did when sneaking past the guards, we do now have time to try and get Metal Meramon to show up. So I come down towards the other exit down here, and I repeatedly leave and re-enter in the hope of Metal Meramon showing up. And it does eventually pay off. Here he is. That does still leave Piximon and Meramon, but at least we've taken care of Metal Meramon. Metal Meramon, as well as Piximon and Meramon, they do ask you if you want to battle, and you do have the opportunity to say no, and if you do say no, then I think that results in them leaving, and then in order to get the opportunity to battle them again, you would have to get them to show up again. If you're hoping to recruit them, then it's not a good idea to say no to them. I think Ninjamon also asks, but even if you refuse, I think he still battles you regardless. It occurs to me that there might be a different Digimon in the item shop this time, and it is, it's Yuramon. But still no large MPs. I'm now heading towards the tropical jungle with the intention of getting Piximon to show up, and I'm also by heading to where Piximon spawns, I'm also going to be near Greylord's mansion, and the intention is to battle and recruit Piximon, and then move on to Greylord's mansion. So I'm sort of heading towards both Piximon and Greylord's mansion. Piximon's not here at the moment, so it's a case of repeatedly leaving and re-entering in the hope of Piximon showing up. So we have a fair bit of frustration ahead of us, because it's not fun repeatedly leaving and re-entering, but you gotta do what you gotta do. And when you're dealing with a Digimon as about 5% probability of showing up, possibly less than that even, it is inevitable that you will experience some frustration when trying to encounter them. And I've just slowed down because I want to show you me giving Digi-Sea-Basses to Megadramon to keep him alive, and then curing his sickness with medicine. And now the frustration continues. Until now. Now the frustration is gone. Because we are battling the Digimon that I used for most of my previous Overpowered Run. that's already been uploaded prior to this. Greylord's mansion is now available to us. There was the article about Myotismon, so he'll be missing and you'll encounter Devimon, and then you'll be able to access the other part of Greylord's mansion where there's Tekkamon and Skullgreymon. And I will also be going to a previous part of Greylord's mansion just to collect the autopilot that I couldn't previously collect due to me having 99 autopilots in my inventory at the time. But having used lots of autopilots throughout this playthrough, we are now well below 99 autopilots and will be able to collect the one that we weren't able to collect when we were here the last time. So go to where Myotismon was when you last saw him, and obviously it says that he's gone. You then have to go to the location that he was at when you first found him, when he was lying on the floor and he gave you the refrigerator key. If you go there, then your character will acknowledge that Myotismon isn't there either, and if you then try to leave Greylord's mansion, Devimon will show up. And we can just fall down through here again, and you don't take damage. You only get damaged the first time. Any other time that you do it is fine. And the landing, well, where we landed, it was quite near the next place that we needed to go to, which is pretty convenient. Now we just need to head for the exit. And like with Meteormon, when I speak to Devimon, I have to go through the text slowly, otherwise there's a risk of the game freezing. So that's what I do. I go through the text slowly when speaking to Devimon, but with the video edits, I speed it up so that it doesn't appear to be slow for you. I have the same problem with Devimon in Mount Infinity and Leomon in Gear Savannah. I have to go through the text slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing, but I edit the video and speed it up, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. So the door here will now be open. That door wasn't open previously, and it doesn't become accessible until after you interact with Devimon, like I just did. And this is the Piximon that I was talking about when I said about full power. This Piximon uses full power. It's one of the few Digimon that does. Outside of the tournaments, anyway. That's taken out Piximon, and now it's just Skull Greymon left to defeat. If you want to, you can actually see Myotismon in the area that I was just in, but you can't get to him not until you defeat Skull Greymon, like I'm just about to do. Not much dialogue from Skull Greymon after you defeat him. He's now disappeared, and we can now get to Myotismon. He's accompanied by a Barkamon, and you just have to speak to him, and he says that he'll join the arena, and that's classed as joining the city, and you get the prosperity points for it. I assume that means that in order to be able to recruit Myotismon, you need to have recruited Greymon first, because Greymon opens the arena. Maybe you need to recruit Greymon in order for there to be an article about Myotismon, which then leads to what you just saw with him being missing, and Devimon and Skull Greymon and all that stuff. Drill Tunnel is a place that's far from complete, because we haven't defeated Agumon in the Drill Tunnel yet. We haven't gone to the Yuramon Ancestor Cave and collected the stone tablet, nor have we spoken to Tanemon, who will later appear in the Leomon Ancestor Cave, but he's not there yet. And we still need to recruit Dramoljamon as well. So quite a bit of stuff still to be done with the drill tunnel. The first thing is to defeat Agumon, thus recruiting him. Agumon is in this room, and you can't go anywhere without battling him first. As well as doing what needs to be done in Drill Tunnel, we can also tie in Mount Panorama since it's close to here. What's still to be done in Mount Panorama is Vegiemon and Meramon. So once we're done in the Drill Tunnel, we can then head to Mount Panorama, recruit Vegiemon, and try to get Meramon to show up. The only language that I can understand is English, so I don't know if Agumon did something to the sign at the entrance of the drill tunnel, but I think he did, because I think that your character was able to tell that Agumon was in the drill tunnel just by reading the sign at the drill tunnel entrance. And after defeating Agumon the 4th time and recruiting him, the Dramoljamon who you battle in the drill tunnel, the one that was rolling on the floor, if you speak to him, then he says that he fixed the sign, so he, turned it back to what it said originally. And I mentioned this in the other Overpowered Run that I did, but I'll mention it here as well, and that's that in order to be able to get 100 prosperity points, you have to battle and defeat that Dramoljamon before Agumon shows up at the drill tunnel. So before you defeat Agumon for the 3rd time, because that's what results in Agumon appearing in the drill tunnel. If you go to the Dramoljamon and battle him, then that means that the Dramoljamon who was drilling towards the lava cave will take an interest in you and will give you the opportunity to carry dirt. Later on you end up with access to the lava cave, regardless of whether or not you choose to carry dirt, and then from there you can recruit Meramon and Digivolve. If you defeat Agumon the third time without battling the Digivolve beforehand, then Agumon will appear in the drill tunnel. You won't be able to avoid him because you can't go anywhere in the drill tunnel. If you try to, then you end up approaching Agumon, and if you then try to battle the Digivolve, he won't battle you. He'll still be rolling on the floor, but when you speak to him, he just says that he fixed the entrance sign and he won't battle you. And then because of that, you'll never be able to access the lava cave or recruit Meramon or Digivolve. So you have to battle that Digivolve before you defeat Agumon the third time. It's best to just defeat the Digivolve as soon as possible, really. He's not a tough opponent, he's one of the easiest Digimon to beat. He's in the same sort of league as Palmon and Kunamon. So Vegiemon was the easy bit. Now it's time for the bit which will most probably prove to be a lot more difficult. No Meramon, so we have to go back to leaving and re-entering until we get the news that we're hoping for. And here it is. Once we recruit Meramon, we will be done with all three of the random Digimon: Piximon, Metal Meramon, and Meramon. I call them random Digimon because them showing up is random, and it makes them quite frustrating. Oh yeah, Meramon uses full power as well. And we actually learnt full power, which is useless since our stats are already at the maximum. And since we're near Gear Savannah, we can now go and recruit Leomon. We have the stone that we have to present him with in order for him to join the city. Remember what I said though, I had to go through the text slowly to prevent the game from freezing, but it's been speeded up, so it shouldn't be too bad for you. Meramon, Metal Meramon and Piximon, they're not the most, well for me, they're not the most frustrating Digimon when it comes to recruitment. For me, the honour of most frustrating Digimon goes to Monochromon. That for me is the most dreaded recruit in the game. The Monochromon shop minigame is my least favourite part of the game. I always hate having to do it. It's my most dreaded part of the game, so for me, Monochromon is the worst Digimon to recruit. You know, doing his shop minigame, having to get a certain profit, having no control over the customers, having no control over who the customers are or what they ask for, having no control over whether or not they agree to purchase from you, or if they make a fuss about the price, or if they storm off. It's really difficult and frustrating. You're very dependent on luck. You know, obviously, there's things that you are in charge of. You choose whether or not to maintain the regular price or increase it or decrease it. You can create the opportunity to make a bigger profit from a sale, but with the risk, well, an increased risk of the Digimon walking out, but most of it is out of your hands, unfortunately. And we can use a shortcut to get from Gear Savannah to Factorial Town, and we can check on Andromon and see if he has any update for us yet. If he does, then he'll join the city afterwards, and speaking to Guromon will result in him joining the city as well, and Tanemon will also be available in the sewer. Okay, it's good news. He has an update for us. Andromon joined, Guromon next on the list. But we do have to go to the room that Guromon was in when we battled him. So back this way. And that's annoying. Well, I won't run away because that lowers happiness and discipline. It also takes us back to the previous screen, and we'd have the issue when we come back. We would once again have the issue of trying to get past the Platinum Sukamons. But by defeating them, at least we'll clear a path, and they're not going to be of any threat to us. Well, at least we managed to hit 2 of them. Rather than use my finish, it was quicker to just blast him with an ice statue. It's not like I'm at risk of running out of MP. 1 sea bass and it'll be back to the maximum. I have to return for the sewer, so I do have to make it past those platinum Sukamons again. Hopefully I won't do quite such a horrendous job at trying to avoid them, but avoiding enemies is something that I am horrendous at. Trying to produce shortcuts and glitches and skips, that's something else that I am horrendous at. I haven't even mastered the Ice Sanctuary skip, because even though I have pulled it off, I don't get it right on my first try. I rely a lot on luck, and I tend to have to fiddle around a bit before I eventually pull it off. I don't have a clue how to do the Goborimon skip in Great Canyon. I have followed a guide, but haven't had any joy. Well, at least I made it past that time. And with Leomon recruited, I would imagine that Tanemon will also be at the Leomon Ancestor Cave, as I imagine that recruiting Leomon is the requirement in order for Tanemon to show up. With this Tanemon, I imagine the requirement is to recruit Guromon. And I think the Leomon Ancestor Cave is the only remaining place that Tanemon shows up at. So when we do speak to him, I think that's the last time. I think that he will drop the key item and he will join the city. We don't get a pop-up saying that he's joined the city, but he does join the city. Vegiemon mentions that he joins the city, and it is possible to see him. He's in the item bank behind Agumon, but he's not there at the moment because we haven't recruited him yet. But we spoke to him at the Dino region, Olga Fortress, Toy Town, Sewer. That just leaves the Leomon Ancestor Cave. And there's another article about Myotismon, and we have all 8 articles. So we don't need to pay any attention to Shalmon's headlines, because we've read every headline that there is to be read. Now, as you go to enter the drill tunnel, you'll have the option of skipping through. If you pick yes, then you'll go straight through to Mount Panorama. If you pick no, like I did, then you will enter drill tunnel normally. When you go to enter drill tunnel from Mount Panorama, you'll get the same options, and if you pick to go through, then you'll go straight through to the entrance that I used just a moment ago. And if you pick not to go straight through, then you'll enter the drill tunnel, and you'll enter where the Digivolve was when he joined the city. Your character said there's nothing more that needs to be done, but that's not true, because Tanemon hasn't been spoken to. But we are now done in the drill tunnel. Still got Mount Infinity left to do. Still got the dreaded Meramon left to do. I don't mind Mount Infinity, but Meramon is always a massive pain for me. Meramon, Mount Infinity, and that is all. And I should check what my prosperity points are. $85, so 15 left. Airdramon is 2. Devimon brings it up to 4. Metal Greymon 7. Megadramon 10. Digitamamon 13. Monochromon 15. Okay, so it is just Monochromon and Mount Infinity that's left to do. And despite the fact that I hate the Monochromon shop minigame, I decide that I would like to try and get it out of the way before Mount Infinity, get the dreaded Monochromon shop minigame out of the way, and then enjoy Mount Infinity. So that's where I am heading now, and conveniently Megadramon wants to sleep, so we can sleep just outside of Monochromon's shop, which will give us the opportunity to save as well. But just before that, just like to speak to him, just so that we don't have to keep going through this text in the likely event that we'll have to reload loads of times due to us not succeeding at the Monochromon shop. Okay, save, sleep, Monochromon shop up next. In order to keep myself alive, I need to feed Megadramon a handful of Digi-Seabasses so that he'll still be alive after we've worked in the shop. 5 Seabasses, that will give us 15 hours. That will at least make it to the end of our time at the shop. And you might have noticed that I didn't reload when I saved. I didn't reload. I carried on, and I haven't cut the shop out. I haven't cut forward and said that it ended in failure, nor have I speeded it up. Instead, I'm just showing you me doing the shop and that might make people suspect that it will end successfully, because if it didn't end successfully, then surely I would have cut it out or reloaded and then showed you the successful try, but I've just carried on. But I don't want to give any spoilers. I don't want to say if this ends successfully, even though all the signs would point to the idea that it probably has ended successfully, but I won't say any more than that. And this Goborimon certainly knows how to negotiate. I said 450, he said too high. I said 420, he said too high. I said 390, he said too high. I'm still going through. I offer 360, he says too high. I say 330, he says too high. I say 300, he says deal. So out of the 4 Digimon that you can have as customers, there's Goborimon, Gotsumon, Weedmon, and Muchumon. And there are 3 items that they can ask for: medicine, portable potties, or meat. You can choose to charge them the regular price, or you've got the option of raising the price or lowering the price. And if you raise the price, there are 5 steps that you can raise it by. Either 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, or 5 steps. If you lower the price, I'm trying to think, I think there are 3 steps that you can lower the price by: 1 step, 2 steps, or 3 steps. And obviously, the more you raise the price, you know, the higher amount that you raise it to, the more money that you will make if you make a sale, but it also increases the chances of the Digimon refusing to do business with you, and they storm off instead, and you don't make a sale, and therefore don't make any money. Goborimon, in my experiences, is the most easygoing customer. You can frequently raise the price to the maximum, and he'll agree to it. Usually I do raise it by 4 or 5 steps when I have Goborimon as a customer. Weedmon, I find, is the most difficult customer, and I usually either maintain the regular price, or sometimes I'll raise it very slightly. Like the Weedmon that wanted medicine, I raised the price by 1 step, and he agreed to it. Gotsumon is sort of in the middle. He's not the easiest customer, but not the most difficult. With him, I tend to aim to raise the price by anything between 1 step and 3 steps. And then Muchumon seems to be completely unpredictable, and no matter what I do, there seems to be, in my experiences, an equal chance of him agreeing to the price or just storming off. And so I tend to just raise the price to the maximum when I get him as a customer, because the odds of him, of like how he responds, it just seems to be like an equal chance regardless of what I do, so it makes more sense to just try and offer the highest price. When a customer asks for meat, I usually just maintain the price, because meat is worth such little that I don't really think it's worth the hassle. Portable potties can make a bit of money, and medicine is where you really make money. It's possible to make as much as 800 bits from selling medicine. As for portable potties, I think 240 bits is the biggest profit that you can make. And then meat, I think the most you can make from meat is 40 bits. And in order for Monochromon to join the city, you have to get a certain profit. I don't know what the specific amount is, like the exact amount, but I know it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. So if you get to 3,100, then you know you've done enough. I did reach and exceed the target. I finished with 3,180, which isn't massively over the threshold, but the important thing is I did enough in order to succeed, and I was very pleased to have successfully recruited Monochromon with just one attempt. That was my first try, and I was delighted with how well that went. Delighted to have succeeded at what I consider to be the worst part of the game, and doing it on my first try. And that means there's just 13 prosperity points left to see to, and it's all Mount Infinity. Agumon, he's already been defeated but not recruited yet. Vegiemon, haven't battled him yet. Metal Greymon, Megadramon, not battled them yet. And the reason why I'm loitering here and getting into a battle is because I like to collect every item, and by getting into a battle here I can take out the Rockmon who's blocking the way to one of the items. once I defeat Machine Dramon, that will result in Airdramon joining the city, as well as every other Digimon in Mount Infinity who I defeat. Devimon, you have to defeat him before Machine Dramon. Metal Greymon, you have to defeat him before Machine Dramon. So defeating Machine Dramon will mean that Airdramon, Devimon and Metal Greymon will all join the city, since you would have to have defeated all of them before Machine Dramon. Megadramon, it's up to you whether or not you defeat him before Machine Dramon or after. Either way, Megadramon will end up joining the city, and then Digitamamon you have to defeat after Machine Dramon. So Airdramon, Devimon, Metal Greymon, Megadramon, Digitamamon, those Digimon combined account for the 13 prosperity points that I'm missing. Because I was at 85, but Monochromon would have brought it up to 87. There's 2 points for champions, 3 for ultimates, 1 point for rookies, as well as the 3 filth champion Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. Even though they're champion Digimon, they only earn you 1 point because they're not considered to be much good. You might remember I said I had to go through the text slowly. That's what I did. Video's been speeded up. Devimon's only attacks are Megalo Spark and Megaton Punch. My statue is faster than both of those attacks. If Devimon and I were to both attack at the same time, then there's a good chance that I would attack him and interrupt his attack and stop him from attacking. With Metal Greymon, Ice Statue should win against Buster Dive and Infinity Burn, but it probably wouldn't be able to stop Meltdown. As for Megadramon, I'm trying to remember what he has. I know he has DG Dimension. Is it also Giga Freeze and Megaton Punch? If so, then Ice Statue should stop all 3 of those attacks. because of Ice Statue having superior speed, and you can probably notice I'm choosing not to battle Megadramon here and now, but on the return journey when I come back for Digitamon, and my next battle is going to be against Metal Greymon. But having fire as a nature, Ice Statue should work quite well against him. Well, I couldn't really have asked for a better fight than that. Paralysed him, brought his HP under half, paralysed him again, and then defeated him. So, after defeating Machine Dramon, Air Dramon, Devimon, and Metal Greymon will bring the prosperity total up to 94, and then Megadramon and Digitamon will bring it up to 100, and that will pretty much be the playthrough complete as far as getting 100 prosperity points is concerned. So here we are, time for the final boss. So, with Machine Dramon taken care of, we just need to see the game through until the end. I will return to File City, where there will be the cutscene, and my character will leave the Digimon world, but I'll then carry on and I'll continue when I'm back in the Vile City, and I'll be able to see to the rest of Mount Infinity. Here we are back in the city with Vegiemon and some of the basic Digimon, as well as Leomon, Greymon, Dramoldramon and Airdramon. I think it's always the same regardless of what Digimon you have and haven't recruited. And here we are. So, a medal and a Machinedramon card. Tamer level didn't go up. Reason for that, it's already at the maximum and can't go up any higher. And now we are returning to Mount Infinity for Megadramon and Digitarmamon. Digitarmamon had to be left until after Machinedramon, because Digitarmamon doesn't feature until after you defeat Machinedramon. Digitarmamon features in the room that Machinedramon was in. As for Megadramon, I had the option of battling him before Machinedramon or after. And the room that he's in, when you defeat him, that results in there being random Digimon in that room, which means that if you defeat him before defeating Machinedramon, then when you return to Mount Infinity to defeat Digitarmamon, when you go through the room that Megadramon was in, there's going to be random Digimon who you have to avoid and get past. But if you don't defeat Megadramon beforehand, then you won't have that problem. And here I try to think about how best to avoid these Digimon, and I wonder if the animation of giving an item to Megadramon might result in them moving out of my way, might help me get past them. And, well, I didn't go too cleanly, but I made it past them nonetheless. As I was saying about Megadramon, when you return for Digitarmamon, the random Digimon won't be in the room that Megadramon's in, because you wouldn't have defeated him, so it will still be Megadramon there, and you don't have to worry about making it past random Digimon, because they're not going to be there, not until after you defeat Megadramon anyway. Now we are getting close to Megadramon. Recruiting him would bring us up to 97 prosperity points, just leaving Digitarmamon. We're about to enter the room that Megadramon is in, so I hope you're ready. Here we come. And this is the point where we carry on and head for Digitarmamon. Because since this is an overpowered run, where we are using Megadramon as our Digimon, I thought it would only be best if the final Digimon that we recruit is the same as our Digimon, therefore Megadramon. I thought it would just be best if the final mandatory battle, as far as prosperity points is concerned, I thought it'd only be best if the final battle is against Megadramon, because that's the Digimon that we've got and the Digimon that we've been using, so we're going to battle Digitalmon first. I don't think Digitalmon actually says anything in this game. He doesn't speak to you when you encounter him at Mount Infinity, nor does he say anything when you speak to him in the restaurant. That is where he works in the city. He works at the restaurant. So we have 97 prosperity points. 100 prosperity points are going to be achieved by defeating the Digimon who is the same Digimon as my Digimon. The Digimon that I have used for most of this run. Looks like I have the superior Megadramon. There's no notification saying that he joined the city, but that doesn't change the fact that he did join the city. And when I return to the city, Vegiemon will say that Megadramon joined, and he will also tell me that I have 100 prosperity points, although he won't give me the medal for getting 100 prosperity points. Reason for that is because my Tamer level is at the maximum, and if you speak to Vegiemon when your Tamer level is at the maximum, and when you speak to him when you reach 100 prosperity points for the first time, then well, normally you get a medal and your Tamer level goes up, but if your Tamer level's at the maximum, then it can't go up any further, and because of that you don't get given the medal. Nothing happens, and in order to get the medal you need your Tamer level to go down to 9, then talk to Vegiemon again, and he'll then give you the medal and your Tamer level will go up. But I don't intentionally make my Tamer level go down to 9, I just settle knowing that I've reached 100 prosperity points, which is what I was aiming to achieve. Large MPs are now available. I purchased them even though I've already made it up to 100 prosperity points. So are the medium MPs. Top up on variouses. Plus autopilots, portable potties, and meats. I also, well, there's a few things that I do. Even though I've made it up to 100 prosperity points, I do still choose to tidy a few things up. By that I mean sort through the item bank, sell what I don't want, and then out of the stuff that I do want, either put it in my inventory or the item bank. And I decide to put into the item bank everything that I don't intend on selling, and then take out everything that I do intend on selling. So that all gets sold to the item shop, and having purchased some stuff, my money is no longer at the maximum, so I do get a bit of money back from selling the stuff that's not of any value to me. I decide that it's probably worth having protective floppies, and I also make the most of the opportunity to get a training manual. I purchased 97 protective floppies because I've already got 2 in the item bank, so that will bring it up to 99. I then go back to the item bank and decide what I want to have in my inventory and what I want to leave in the item bank. It may seem unnecessary doing all this stuff because I've already made it up to 100 prosperity points, but I do get sort of OCD in certain ways, and I do just like to just be tidy with certain things, and also get my inventory into an order that I would like to have it in. That's all good for now. And I also choose to top up my medicines. I currently have 95, so I'm 4 short from having the maximum, and I just purchase them from Centaurumon. So, it occurs to me to speak to Vegiemon and Agumon, so Agumon and Vegiemon can both confirm that every Digimon has joined the city. Agumon says all the Digimon have gathered. Vegiemon, he says about the last few Digimon that I've recruited. And that my prosperity points are at 100. But I decide not to stop there and to do just one last thing, and that's make the most of Back Dimension. This is an overpowered run, and it would be nice to go to Back Dimension just once so that I can get a rematch with Machinedramon. Machinedramon in the rematches is the most powerful Digimon that you can go up against, and I just thought it would be nice to include a clip of myself taking on Machinedramon, since this is an overpowered run and Machinedramon is the most powerful Digimon that you can go up against. Obviously the Olga Fortress is not where the back dimension is, so I decide to try Greylord's Mansion next. But once I see to back dimension, that is pretty much the end of the video. And if you have watched this video all the way through, then I would like to thank you. You know, of all the things that you could have done with your time, I am both grateful and flattered that you have chosen to devote your time to me and my video. I mean, I know that I don't exactly have millions of subscribers. I'm not exactly world famous, and I'm not exactly the best in the world when it comes to games, but I do very much enjoy the gaming that I do. It's something that I've got a lot of passion for, something that I love doing, and it's great to be able to share something that I am passionate about with other people who are also passionate about gaming, most specifically the individual games that I play. And typically the correct place for the back dimension is the last place I check, Sanctuary, so I autopilot back to the city so I can get Vegiemon to take me to Friesland. So yeah, I love the games that I play. I devote a lot of time and energy to them. I'm not the best in the world at them, but I do my best. And I enjoy what I do, and I would hope that those of you who watch me enjoy watching me, and I'm very open to any feedback that any of you might have, be it positive feedback or negative feedback. Positive feedback is reassuring. It's reassuring to hear people say that they liked my video, they enjoyed watching my video, they learnt stuff from it, etc, etc. That's very reassuring and flattering. But it's also helpful to receive negative feedback when it's due, because in order to be able to improve, you need to be told if there's certain things that you might have to improve at, certain things that you possibly could have done better. It's very helpful to have negative feedback as well as positive feedback, and I did a terrible job at trying to avoid those Ice Devimon, and this is quite a frustrating battle because Megadramon struggles to maintain a position where he can attack, because you need a certain amount of distance from the targets in order to be able to use Ice Statue, and for a fair bit of this battle, Megadramon fails to get into a position where he's able to attack. Unfortunately, that's not the last time that I do a terrible job at avoiding the Digimon, which results in an unplanned battle. I do also fail to avoid one of the Tankmon in the back dimension, which results in me also having a battle with one of the Tankmon. So I've only got myself to blame because of my not very good ability when it comes to avoiding enemies. And I want to get that item. I want to get Rockmon out of the equation, but he follows me and keeps following me until he eventually backtracks. I take the item, that just leaves one other item to collect, guarded by a Tankmon, and that was a dreadful attempt at avoiding Tankmon, so it's my fault that I have to battle him. Unlike the battles with the Ice Devimons, that battle against the Tankmon went pretty smoothly. I learned Megaton Punch, which was of no value at all. Satisfy his appetite by giving him a Digi-Seabass, and also brings my stats, well, refills my HP and MP ahead of the battle against Machinemon. Machinedramon is defeated, that is the last battle that you will be seeing in this playthrough. We will be returning to the city, and we will be ending the video promptly. If you have enjoyed this video, then I am pleased to hear that. If you would like to leave any feedback, then the comment section is the place to do so. Don't want to speak to Angemon, Digimon. Give me a chain melon, please. That can go in the item bank along with all the other items I got from the back dimension. It's an unfortunate reality that the stuff that I do can't appeal to everybody, and well, that's not something I can do anything about. You know, if you liked, well, if you didn't like the video, then you probably wouldn't be listening to this, because you probably wouldn't have watched the video all the way through. But yeah, I mean, I apologise if this hasn't been of interest. I apologise if this hasn't been of appeal. But if you did like it, then I succeeded at my intention, and I would like to thank those of you who have decided to watch this.